And now for the psychoses. 1955, 1956, here's the volume. This is what we're going to be working with here. So far we've read up to page 28 of this book, and a lot of the good action starts on page 11 and goes through page 14. So we can pretty well focus there and bounce around a little bit more. But first, let's back up a little bit and start with some basics here. And as basic as life, human life. A baby is born, and in order for this baby to have its needs met, and they are only needs, a baby needs food, water, shelter, clothing, warmth, coolness when it gets too hot, so on and so forth. The needs about which we're speaking here, in other words, are material needs. They are base needs. They are animal needs. They are biological needs that you all still have too, me as well. In order for a human infant to have its material, biological needs met, it needs help from others, which is the second basic condition of humanity itself. The first is you have to be born into a body. In order to be a human, you have to have a body. It doesn't mean you have to have legs. It doesn't mean your body has to be the same shape as mine, but you have to have one. All humans have bodies. What's interesting is the differences in bodies, and even more interesting than that is the way that certain body differences have been allowed to make a difference in society. Skin tone versus, the shape of your fingernails. Eye color versus the identifiable aspects of the outer ear. Certain bodily differences make a difference in society. But in order to be human, everybody has to have a body despite their differences, sociologically, imported, and otherwise. The second basic criteria for humanity is that all human bodies have to receive care from others. Now, at this point in your life, you don't need much care from others, perhaps. But as an infant, each of us would not have got to this point in our lives without receiving care from others. It doesn't have to be a mommy, doesn't have to be a daddy, doesn't have to be an uncle or an aunt. Hell, it might not even need to be a human. But for the most part, it is. It could have been a sibling in your case, it could have been a grandparent in your case, it could have been a mom, it could have been a dad, it could have been an aunt, an uncle, you name it. But it has to be somebody else. Because an infant cannot feed itself. You have to bring it food, put it in its mouth. An infant cannot change its own diaper. An infant cannot kick off a blanket if it gets too hot. An infant sure as heck can't go to the drawer, get some new pajamas, and put those on if it gets too cold. My point here is that in order for the infant to have its needs met, and thus in order to survive, it has to receive care from others. Somebody else has to do all of that for the infant. And if you think about it from a more morbid point of view, you can see my point here. If a baby is born, a human baby, and you just set it in the corner of the room and walk away, you can come back in a minute, in an hour, in a day, in a week, in a month. That baby is still going to be there. It lacks the motor skills to do anything except just lay where you put it. That's how basic the material existence of a baby is, especially a human baby. We're not like colts that are born and then an hour later we're up on our feet standing like, whoa, I'm now somewhere else in the world. No. Our need for care from others continues for a long time. Months, sometimes even years. To such an extent that New parents oftentimes refer to the first 3 months of their child's life as the fourth trimester. That's not the only reason they call it the fourth trimester, but it captures the extent to which this being is still in need. The idea here is that all human babies are born premature. We should have stayed in for another 3 months before popping out, but that's not how human biology works, because the head would be too large and it'd create a big disruption for the mother slash host organism for the parasite, known as the child. It's a good way to think, host organism and parasite, because in utero, the relationship is quite parasitic. And it's worth just thinking about it that way, not because it derides pregnancy or anything like that, but because it's biologically accurate and very important for us to hold in mind. So even in the first 3 months, it's almost like the child's needs are so significant that they are in utero needs, that the child could have actually remained in utero and had those needs better met than if they had been on the outside. So my point here is that this goes on for quite a while. Now, how does the child's needs get met? In order to have its needs met, the child cries. And a parent, primary caregiver of any sort, hears this cry and comes running and has to guess, what exactly does this child need? Because the child doesn't have words. The child can't say, I'm hungry or I'm tired. The child just knows that something is off and they cry about it. And the job of the primary caregiver is to show up and effectively guess what it is that the child needs. In other words, the meaning of the child's cry is dependent on the adult's response more than the child themselves. The child just knows something is off. They can't distinguish their stomach from their foot. They don't know anything about that. They just know they feel uncomfortable, period. The child cries. The primary caregiver shows up and has to guess the meaning of that cry. So the child cries, and some parents, their first go-to is, well, let's check and see if the kid needs a diaper change. They bring that meaning and assign it to the child's cry. They guess the significance of the cry as dirty diaper. That's the meaning of the cry that translates into the parental or primary caregiver's action of trying to change a diaper. So let's say you show up, the child's crying, you check the diaper, it's dry. Doesn't need a diaper change. You might then guess, the child must be hungry. So you bring it food. In this case, the child is still crying. Same cry you heard before, but you have made a new guess as to its meaning. Now you bring it food. And let's say that works. The child eats, falls asleep, stops crying, and is comfortable. In this case, the primary caregiver, you would have guessed right. The child was hungry. The meaning of their cry was, please feed me, I'm hungry. But that was a meaning that you as primary caregiver brought to the child. Over time, the child can learn that when I cry, I'm brought food. And you may interpret that. You may have had such great success feeding this child that whenever they cry, you first try and feed them from now on. Now here's the thing. When you bring a child food, if it cries and you bring it food, you are not just satisfying their material need for nourishment. You see, hunger goes away when you put food on it. It'll come back as the food gets metabolized and so forth, but it will go away. What you are bringing a child, though, when you also bring it food or a blanket or a diaper change or whatever, is you're also demonstrating care. And this is something different. Needs can be satisfied, but the feeling of love and the longing for care and connection and affection that a child also receives when you do nice stuff for it, like bring it food, that's insatiable. It's something different. It's not a need, this longing for care and affection and love. It's a demand. And that's something different. There is the need for food, and the demand for care, for love. Need can be satisfied, but demand cannot. In other words, as time goes on, and as you continually assign meaning to the child's cry, the child in turn learns to accept that meaning. When I cry, I get food. But also to associate the bringing of food with a new kind of meaning. A meaning that we might ascribe to love. The child would think to itself, this is what it means to love me. This is what it looks like when you care for another person. This is what care looks like. It involves food. This is what connection looks like. It involves food. Is it any coincidence that most first dates occur over a meal? Not in the least. Because this was one of the first opportunities for the child to experience love and connection with another person. In other words, to receive care from others. Care from mothers. Absolutely crucial here is this distinction between need and demand. Needs are material, they are biological, and they can be satisfied. Demand for love, for care, for affection, they are sociological. And as we're about to see, they're also linguistic. We were just talking about the relationship between need and demand. Need is biological. It points to the animality of human being. It's material. Needs are for food, for shelter, for water, and the like. Demands are different. Demands are sociological. They have more to do with care. They're also linguistic. The example we had last time was of a child who cries. It doesn't know what's wrong with it. It just knows it's uncomfortable, so it cries. The parent shows up. The primary caregiver shows up. An adult, some other human shows up and brings it food. In that moment, the primary caregiver is transforming the child's expression of need at the level of a cry into a demand, a request for something. The parent or primary caregiver hears the child's cry as a request for, in this case, food. Now, we also had in this example from last time, the wrong guess. The primary caregiver can show up and bring food, and the child can continue to cry, refuse the bottle, whatever the case is. And you're like, okay, I guess this kid isn't hungry. Let me guess again. All of those guesses are meaning-making, trying to transform a base expression of need at the level of a wah or a cry into some sort of a communication, into some sort of an expression that is significant between two people, into a call, into a request for something. And when the parent or primary caregiver guesses the right thing and the crying stops, they think to themselves, I should just know that next time is what I'm going to do first, because that's usually why the kid cries, or something like that. You get this world, very small world, but a world of meaning that is being made as need expressed by the child is interpreted as demand at the level of the adult. So needs, again, are biological, they are animalistic, they produce the cry. Demands are interpretive, sociological, linguistic. They are the translation of the cry as expression into a demand or a request in the field of language. Now, I said last time that when a parent or primary caregiver meets the demand that a child seems to be issuing, I say seems to be issuing because it's really the parent or the primary caregiver who does the work of guessing what that cry means, if you will. When they bring, let's say, the blanket to the child who's crying, they are not just satisfying the child's material need for warmth. They are also showing the child that they care about them. When the primary caregiver shows up with a blanket, they don't just say, here's this to keep you warm. Their actions also say something else. They say, I love you. I care about you. I'm here for you. I'm always just in the other room. The child doesn't understand any of this. You could say it until you're blue in the face and the kid still wouldn't get it. Your actions, though, translate as expressions of care to the child. Now, here's the thing. It feels good to have that blanket put on you. And when the blanket's put on you, the shivering, the cold goes away because that need has been satisfied, the need for warmth. But the child's demand, craving, the positive experience of being cared for, that does not go away. What we're talking about here is the difference between need and demand, between a material need and a demand that is always the same. It is a demand for love. Needs, whether it's for food or warmth, can be satisfied. Our demand for love is insatiable. Nobody has ever been loved too much. There may have been times when you felt smothered. There may have been times when you felt like somebody was a little too much up in your business. That's not the same as love. That's different. Helicopter parents are not exercising love when they refuse to give their kid some breathing room. In fact, what they're actually doing, more often than not, is pressing the kid towards anxiety. We'll talk about that later. We've been talking about this world of meaning that gets made, starting with a child's cry that would then be interpreted by an adult as having some sort of meaning or import. By bringing the child a blanket, you ascribe meaning to an indecipherable cry. You say, this is the cry that says, I'm cold. The child eventually starts to learn that when I cry this way, or when I cry at all, I get a blanket or I get food. What it also gets, though, when it cries, is it gets your attention. It gets your affection. It solicits your care. It provokes your love. The child that cries provokes love from the primary caregiver. And that, as I have said, is insatiable. It can never get enough, which is why sometimes you'll have people crying for something that they do not need, and oftentimes confusing their demands for love as a need. Like the teenager who says, I'll die if I don't have sex. You ain't gonna die if you don't have sex. It's not a need. But it feels so pronounced, the way that love and sex get bound up in youth, that it is experienced as a need. We're not going to go too far into that. It's the subject of another course. We're trying to ramp up to the psychoses and to their basic constitutive structure. To that end, I want to shift and talk a little bit more about child development. Eventually, the parent or the primary caregiver is not okay with crying, because eventually the infant becomes the child, and the child learns to speak like the adult in the mother tongue. In other words, as time goes on, and as the child is introduced to language, we'll just pause on that issue for now because it's a very complicated one. One of the things that they learn is a new way to express their needs, not in the field of a base material animalistic cry, but instead at the register of language, in a sociological field of meanings that precede the child, a world of language that is not of their own creation. You see, whatever your first language was, your mother tongue, it was your mother's tongue before it was yours. You weren't born and then the world decided, let's create a brand new language that we're all going to learn to speak in honor of the birth of this child. No, you were born into a linguistic community that preceded you. The words and their meanings may have changed since you were born, but the language itself has been around long before you were born into it. In other words, as the child grows older, they are asked, in fact, demanded, to no longer cry like a baby and instead to start speaking like a proper young man or lady all too often. Emphasis on the all too often part. But this is what happens. And the parent does something very simple in these moments. The primary caregiver does something very simple in these moments to reinforce this. The child starts to cry in the store, and the primary caregiver leans over to them and says, "I can't understand you when you're crying like that. Use your words. Tell me what it is that you actually want." And the child, of course, is so caught up in what's going on, and they try and struggle with this. And you've seen this in stores, and you may even remember it from your siblings or your own childhood, where the child is so wrapped up in the cry, but they're still struggling to get the words out that it sounds something like this. He hit me, or something like that. In these moments, you can see the two worlds, biological and sociological, mixing together. And then the parent says, "Thank you for using your words. Now I know what you want," because now we don't talk about need and demand. We start talking about wants all of a sudden. "Now I know what you want, and you can have ice cream after dinner," or whatever the case may be. Or, "We're not going to buy that. We're going to get this instead. It's a healthier choice," and blah, blah, blah. The story goes on. But the point is the same here. The child passes from a material animalistic organism expressing their need at the level of a cry to a properly linguistified, socialized, civilized being that can now express their needs in the field of language, in the field of words. And that is no easy feat. A lot of times when children are under stress, they do something called regression. They may relapse into some kind of baby talk. Maybe they kind of are fascinated with their little stuffed animals and kind of hold on to them maybe longer than you think they should. There are ways, in other words, that they cling to the lost experience of being an infant. This could be the child that sucks its thumb past the point that you think it's appropriate. This could be the child that whenever you give them a big hug, they raise the pitch of their voice and they say, "Oh, Daddy, I just so love snuggling with you, do." And they relapse into a kind of baby voice that isn't one that they normally speak when they're at school or with their friends. You can also see this even in adults. You come in for the hug and your partner goes into a high kind of like goo goo gaga baby voice, a little bit of baby talk. It's because the loss of that primordial, purely animalistic experience is so profound that we have these little regressions in everyday life, from childhood to adulthood. And you may even call it out sometimes in the heat of the moment. You may tell your child, "Stop acting like a baby." You may tell your partner, "Stop acting like a baby." You may find yourself telling one of your parents, "You're acting like a child." That can happen. If it hasn't happened to you yet, it just might still. Everybody has these regressive moments. And part of the reason why that is that there's a very profound loss that's experienced as the child is brought into language. Now, what is this a loss of? What is lost when the child enters the realm of language and is subsequently split between their animalistic self that still has needs and their sociological being that now has the resource of language that it can use to house those needs and express them to others? This basic split in human subjectivity between a biological self and a sociological self, an embodied self and a linguistified self, is crucial to what we're going to be talking about here. And that's where we'll turn next. We ended talking about split subjectivity between a biological body that you still have and that you've had since birth and that you have right now and that you'll have until you die. Human embodiment. And this sociological self. This self that you inherit from society in comportment with the community that you're born into, a linguistic community where you learn to speak words that were not invented for you. These are words that you share with your family, with your neighborhood, with your community. And you wind up with these two selves. A self that is very animalistic, base and material, and a self that is social, civilized, linguistified, as a word I often use, because it has access to language. And those two work together. But oftentimes they find themselves disjointed. You may feel the urge to do something with your body, but the civilized side of you says, I better not do that, or let me find a better way to do that. These two worlds are oftentimes in tension, in other words. What we want to talk about is how we got there and the feeling of loss that they symbolize. Let's start with the latter, at the level of loss. What is lost with the birth of a split subjectivity is simple. It's what was there before subjectivity split. Namely, not a split subjectivity, but a whole one. One in which you were strictly and only an animalistic being. Now, you have no memory of this, you have no experience of this, because you were not yet in the field of language. Another complicated topic that we can just set aside for now. It's in hindsight that we experience this loss. In the moment, you didn't know how great you had it. You might say the same about Adam and Eve. When they were in the garden, all was good and well. It wasn't until they were cast out that they can look back and realize what they lost. A theme that also often comes up around the end of an intimate relationship. You may even have heard or have even said to somebody, you don't know how good you have it. You don't even know how good this relationship was, and you're not going to know until it's over. You can say things and hear things like that that suggest to people that they better wake up and realize how good they have it. But that's not how bliss works. When you're blissed out, you are just in the moment like a lizard on a hot rock enjoying. Enjoyment may not be the best word here, as we'll see, but you are in that moment. The same way that the child who cries is simply in that moment. They don't have a reflective experience of what's going on with them or how the cry is being interpreted or any of the usual stuff that adults go through. What's lost, in other words, as the infant becomes the child, the animal baby grows into the child who can use words to tell me what you want, as the parent or primary caregiver often puts it. What's lost is a pre-linguistic world where they didn't have to do that. And there ain't no going back, which is why we have so many fantasies in everyday life that purport to put us back in touch with these Edenic, blissed out, holistic experiences of life. People oftentimes go to nature. They go to the mountains to feel at one with the world. People meditate and have that experience. You love a good hot bath. These are things that suggest to us that there is always this longing for something like Edenic wholeness, a blissed out, pre-linguistic, childlike experience. That's real. It's absolutely real. And yet at the same time, I'm telling you it is primarily fantasy. It's the kind of nostalgia. And let me be clear what I mean by that. Nostalgia is longing for a past that you did not have. It's not a memory of a world that you had and once lost. It's a fantasy. Nostalgia is a fantasy that makes you think you once had a life that you lost and you're trying to regain it. But the reality is that you did not live that life. America was not great in the 1950s. And so it's nostalgia to talk about making it great again by returning to 1950s values. See where I'm going with this? This longing for Edenic wholeness, this pre-linguistic world where all you have to do is cry and somebody shows up to meet your needs, kind of uteromorphic experience. I say uteromorphic because it's a It's a derived experience of being in utero, where all of your needs were completely met, right? You had an umbilical cord, you peed when you wanted to, you pooped when you wanted to, you fed when you wanted to, you slept when you wanted to. When you were in utero, you were in this kind of oceanic, whole Edenic state. And as a child, you're trying to reproduce that by having all your needs met by primary caregivers and so forth. And as an adult, we also learn ways to try and reproduce that, oftentimes at the level of a good hot bath. What else is that immersion in a good hot bath but a return to uteromorphic experience? Now, I don't need to get too far into this. Some of you have seen my lectures on this topic in the past, in courses like the one on bubbles and intimacy. We don't need to get into all that business. What we want to get into now is talking a little bit about this experience of loss that happens when the child is brought into the world of language and as a result can no longer simply cry and expect their needs to be met, but instead is asked to use their words. In other words, to mediate their needs through the language that their parents and primary caregivers and neighborhoods and so forth have taught them. It's no longer enough to simply feel uncomfortable and cry. Now you have to feel uncomfortable, think about the words that you would add to those feelings, and then express them to another person in hopes of figuring something out. That's a complicated process. And what I would like to suggest is that when a child accepts that they will have to use their words from now on if they're going to get what they want, accepts in this case that they should feel embarrassed even when they start crying. So if someone starts crying and you go up and you say, "Oh my gosh, are you okay?" And they, I'm fine, it's nothing. They can't bear to have themselves be experienced as a little infantile crying being. Because they know and they have accepted that the best way to have your needs met is to express them in language, like a proper young lady or gentleman, right? This leads me to something, to a process that is present in all normal neurotic beings, but according to Lacan, the person who we are reading, is absent in all psychotic subjectivities. The word he uses here, for better and for worse, comes to us in English as castration. We might think of it also as a kind of primitive alienation. That seems to work a little bit better. It suggests to me that the first word, literally but more precisely figuratively, that each of us learned, embraced, and has mastered, if we're lucky, is no. The first word was no. Thou shalt not continue to cry like a baby and expect to have your needs met. No, thou shalt not speak a language that is of your own creation. Instead, you'll speak like me, like your community, like other people in the mother's tongue. In other words, whether or not the first word you learned to say was no, and it very well might have been, your first experience of language was as a fundamental no. In other words, as a prohibition. Now, what's prohibited? Again, what's prohibited by language as it is imposed upon you is you are now prohibited from acting as though that hasn't happened, from acting as though it's perfectly acceptable for you to continue crying wordlessly and expecting somebody else to meet your needs. It's no longer acceptable to do that. Language fundamentally prohibits animalistic being, pre-linguistic being, from finding expression without mediation through the field of society, civilization, and language. That's what's prohibited. Adam and Eve cannot go back to the Garden of Eden. They live on the outside in shame. Doesn't mean they don't keep longing for it, dreaming about it, the same way that we fantasize about gardens of Edens every time we put up a privacy fence. The point here is that learning to talk, learning to speak, is always experienced as a fundamental prohibition. And it is a prohibition against refusing to learn how to speak. In other words, it's a prohibition against ever returning to a pre-linguistic state. The basis for neurosis is an acceptance of this. It's an acceptance of this prohibition. A prohibition that results in the split subjectivity we've been talking about. The neurotic subject, the quote-unquote normal person, is somebody who has accepted that they can't simply cry their way through life and expect that they're going to get what they want. In other words, they've been socialized enough to know that they have to speak like proper young ladies and gentlemen in order to get their needs met. The psychotic person, according to Lacan, is somebody that not only rejects that castration, that alienation, that prohibition, that fundamental no, but somebody whose rejection and refusal of that fundamental no is so profound that they are able to convince themselves, remember, persuasive artistry, able to convince themselves that it never happened, that there is no other language, that the language that they have in their own mind is the only language that ever needed to be spoken. The basis for psychosis, in other words, according to Lacan, is a fundamental, basic rejection of the symbolic, of the field of language, of the field of society. That's where we'll turn next as we dig into the text. Welcome back. So we're looking at the first couple of chapters of this collection of lectures called the Psychoses. We've talked a little bit about, broadly speaking, child development, entrance into language, and the like. One of the things that I said last time was that however a child enters into language, however they become socialized, the first word they learn is no. And that doesn't mean that literally the first word they learn is no. It means that when we start asking children to speak their mother tongue, which is to say the mother's tongue or the father's tongue or the primary caregiver's tongue. In other words, when we ask them to start speaking like us and using language, we always do so with a sense of prohibition. Learning to speak a language is also coming to accept that you are prohibited from returning to a state where you don't speak a language. That's really important here. The entrance into language comes with it a kind of acceptance of the prohibition against not entering into language. It's kind of complicated to think, but when you really put your mind to it, it makes a lot of sense. What you are barred from, prohibited from, when you start learning a language is ever returning to a state that is pre-linguistic, a state of existence before language. Once you're asked to learn a language, once you start learning a language, you can't go back. You can't pretend like that didn't happen. In other words, to accept a language beyond your cries, a language that is not your own but one that you're asked to speak, you have to accept also a kind of prohibition against pre-linguistic, non-word using cries and the like. This prohibition, last time I referred to as castration. I don't like this choice of word, but it is the word that Lacan is using. It doesn't mean literal. It's not a physical process of castration. It's not like that. Castration for him is a symbolic practice. It's what happens when you are prohibited from doing it your way. So the example that we talked about last time was like a kid at the store. The primary caregiver, when the kid starts crying, blah, 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 the primary caregiver says, I don't understand you when you cry like that. Use your words. Use your words. I can't understand you. I can't give you what you want if you don't use your words. And over time, the child learns to use their words instead of their cries. That's a kind of castration, because it says you need to start talking like me if you're going to gain any recognition, if you're going to have your demands met, your desires met. That process is known as castration. It's known as prohibition. It's also the same thing that happens when you enter into language, just like when you enter into society. When you learn that there's something out there beyond you and your own individual needs and demands, you can't pretend like that didn't happen. You can't go back to pretending like that world doesn't exist. Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden. If we pursue this myth, we might have something like this. They're in the Garden of Eden, and they don't know that there's anything outside of that. Once they get kicked out, though, they know now that there's a difference between what's happening in the Garden of Eden and what's happening outside the Garden of Eden. Even if they were allowed to go back to the Garden of Eden, they would never forget that there's something on the outside, something other than the Garden of Eden. In other words, they cannot return to this Edenic state before they were kicked out. They can't go back to that state and pretend like they don't know there's something else out there, an outside, a beyond Eden. That's partly why they can never go back. It's not that they can't go back and visit the Garden of Eden, it's that they can't go back and have an Edenic life, a life lived as though there's nothing outside of Eden. This is a review of that no, that prohibition. Once you enter language, once you start speaking language, you can't go back. You can visit at the level of a cry, at the level of a scream, at the level of a regressive whimper, or the like. But once you have entered the field of language, you're now split between your linguistic, civilized, socialized self and that original, biological, animalistic, pre-linguistic self that cried when it didn't get what it needed or wanted. Now you have words, and more importantly, you have a choice. As little kids know all too well, they have a choice. They can cry about it and not get what they want, or they can use the primary caregiver's language and maybe get what they want. That split subjectivity is an important part of what it means to be normal. In the case of psychoanalysis, neurotic. The neurotic subject is one that is split constantly between embodied physical urges and disembodied linguistic, abstract, symbolic constraints. That split subjectivity is central to normal child development. In the case of the psychotic, something goes wrong, and that's what we'll talk about next. Let's start on page 12. On page 12, Lacan is working through a summary of something that his student Hippolyte talked about in a previous seminar on Die Verneinung, the negation in German. He says, and I regret his absence this morning, this Mr. Hippolyte, Monsieur Hippolyte, which prevents me from being certain I'm not distorting the terms he uncovered in this old Freud essay on negation. Now, what occurs next in this third paragraph, starting just to the right of the little number 21 in the margin, the paragraph begins, what emerged clearly, is Lacan summarizing his former student's presentation on a Freud essay. So let's get this straight. There's the Freud essay on negation, Then there is Monsieur Hippolyte, the student, who delivers a presentation on that essay. And now here's Lacan commenting on the presentation on that essay, just so we're all clear. Here's what he says, page 12, the paragraph beginning what emerged clearly. What emerged clearly from his analysis of this striking text is that in what is unconscious, not only is everything repressed, that is, misrecognized by the subject after having been verbalized, but that behind the process of verbalization there must be admitted a primordial Bejahung, an admission in the sense of the symbolic which can itself be wanting. Okay, let's take this one step at a time. First, we have this notion of the unconscious. And if you flip back to page 11, towards the bottom, it's 5 lines up. He says, the unconscious is a language. Its being articulated doesn't imply its recognition, though. The unconscious is a language because it is full of signifiers. Signifiers, which are connected to meanings, which are or are not connected to realities, but usually they are. Reference, we might call the realities to which meaning signifies, and words or signifiers are connected. Now, what happens in the case of a normal person, if they undergo a traumatic experience, they will oftentimes repress not so much the experience, not the big event, but some signifier of that event. So it could be a car crash. And ever since that car crash, you've never liked the smell of leather. Let's say that you, in that car crash, were riding in a car that was upholstered in leather, and that was what you remembered from the event. Leather, the smell of leather in this case, becomes the signifier for the car crash. And now, whenever you smell leather or feel leather or whatever the case may be, you kind of feel disgusted. You feel a little sick to your stomach. You get a little nervous. You maybe even have a panic attack. What's happened there is that you have taken the signifier of this car accident, leather, the smell or the feel or whatever the case is, and you've repressed that. And then whenever you see leather, touch leather, smell leather, whatever, the repressed returns. And you're not quite thrown back into that car accident, but you feel a little uneasy, maybe even a lot uneasy. So what has happened here is you have undergone repression, returning to this passage on page 12. And before you repressed the signifier leather, you also allowed verbalization and admitted a primordial Bejahung. Now, why is the German in here? Well, because it's an important Freudian term. What does it mean? It means that even in the case of repression, the symbolic is at work. What's the symbolic? You can look it up in the Dylan Evans Dictionary. The symbolic is the realm of language. The symbolic is the world into which the child enters as they develop from a crying subject of pure need, a biological animalistic being, into a split subject, one who's half bio and half socio. Not sociopath, but sociolinguistic, a being who is inscribed in a civilization determined by social norms and linguistic conventions. Now, in the case of this car accident, yes, you repressed much of it around the signifier of leather, which came to be like the lightning rod for that experience, the signifier that captured so much of it for you. Lacan's point is that in order for leather to symbolize that car accident, there has to be a symbolic process at work. In other words, if leather is going to symbolize that car accident, regardless of whether you repress the experience of leather, there has to be a primordial Bejahung, which is the experience of symbolization, symbolizing some event. An admission in the sense of the symbolic, Lacan says on page 12 in the sentence we just read. An admission in the sense of the symbolic. Very primitive, very basic. What you do with the symbol after you symbolize it, after you symbolize the car event, that's something up to you. You can repress it, you can talk about it, you can come to terms with it, whatever the case is. Lacan's point here, though, is that normal people have an unconscious. The unconscious is full of repressed elements. All of these elements are signifiers, and they are signifiers of meanings and of experiences. And because these signifiers symbolize or signify these events and experiences and meanings, they are symbols. What is repressed in a normal person are symbols. That's very important here. The car accident is not what is repressed. What's repressed are all the symbolic representations of that car accident that you have formed. Now, pay attention, because we're going to take it up a notch. This point is borne out by other texts, page 12 reading on, and especially by a passage that is as explicit as can be, where Freud admits a phenomenon of exclusion for which the term, new German word here, Verwerfung, appears, valid from which Verneinung, produced at a much later stage, is distinguished. So we have these two German terms, Verwerfung and Verneinung. Okay, the first one, Verwerfung, you can replace that with the word foreclosure or refusal or something like this. This is actually what the psychotic goes through. Verneinung is something different. Verneinung, negation, is kind of like what happens in the act of repression. But the proper word for repression in German is Verdrängung. It's mentioned down there in footnote 10. You don't need to know all this German stuff. What we need to know is what these words mean. The German is retained here because Lacan is trying to point out that this is something that came up in Freud's work before Lacan gets to it. We could just as easily, again, replace Verwerfung with foreclosure and Verneinung with negation. Foreclosure is what the psychotic goes through. Now let's see what we can figure out, if we can figure out what that means. It's something more extreme than negation. Something more extreme than repression. Foreclosure is very different. If the normal person knows they've had a car accident, knows it was an awful experience, but has repressed the signifier of that car accident as leather or something like this, the psychotic does something different. They don't repress, they foreclose. They don't even let the signifier exist. They deny its very existence and sometimes even the entire event itself. It can happen that a subject refuses access to his symbolic world to something that he has nevertheless experienced, which in this case is nothing other than the threat of castration. So let's take this slow. Stick with the car example. A subject refuses access to his symbolic world to something that he has nevertheless experienced. So yes, the person had a car accident, but they refuse to allow that accident to be symbolized as leather or as anything. They deny the symbolic process. And as a result, there's nothing for them to repress. Foreclosure is not the same as repression. Repression presupposes a symbolic representation of some event, meaning, or experience. Foreclosure does not allow for any symbolization. It denies signifiers. It denies symbolization. And what Lacan points out here is that the basic event that the psychotic refuses to accept, refuses to symbolize, and thus is unable to repress, is the threat of castration. And here again, castration is not some physical, surgical practice. We're not talking about that. It means the prohibition that comes from being integrated into a society. the constraints that come with knowing that you're not the only person in the world. Driving down the road has constraints. There are rules and regulations and paint on the pavement that tells you where to stop, which lane to be in, how to switch lanes. You take classes, there are lights, there are all these barriers and constraints that need to be in place for other people to be on the road with you in a safe way. You're not the only person on the road. Driving around, swerving, doing whatever the hell you want, doesn't work that way. There are other people on the road, and as a result, we all operate within constraints. Think of the speed limit as a good example of this. The speed limit is a constraint. If there were nobody else on the road, ever, and the roads were made just for you, there'd be no need for a speed limit because you'd go whatever speed you wanted to. The speed limit is there because you're not the only person on the road. That is castration. You are constrained by social structures that are there because you're not the only person in the world. When someone acts like a baby, what you're really telling them is, hey, grow up. You're not the only person in the world. You're not the only person with needs, with demands, with desires, and the like. Babies can act that way. It's called primary narcissism. It's just fine. In fact, it's important for their survival. But when you get older, if you still think you're the only person in the room, if you still think you're the only person on the planet, if you still drive like you own the road, that's called secondary narcissism, and that's problematic. Psychosis is an extreme form of this because you have refused to allow the experience of symbolicity, of being integrated into a socio-linguistic environment. You have refused to allow that to appear on your symbolic register. You don't even have a word for it. Let me put this clearly. The psychotic does not know the word no. So we were reading on page 12, working with this difference between foreclosure and repression, and negation too. And the idea behind foreclosure is that this is the basic mechanism for psychosis, and the basic signifier that is foreclosed, that is refused, is a signifier of your own castration. The psychotic refuses to accept that they are not the only person in the room, on the road. Still reading on page 12. The subject's entire subsequent development shows that he wants to know nothing about it. Freud literally says, in the sense of the repressed. The psychotic doesn't want to know anything about the castration that comes with being integrated into a symbolic order, into a society. Again, castration, I can't emphasize this enough. It means prohibition. It means constraint. The types of constraints that come from living with others, where you can't just do whatever the hell you want. If everybody did whatever the hell they wanted on the road, people would get hurt. If you just drove on any side of the road that you wanted to, and everybody did the same thing, there'd be accidents left and right. If you got to decide, let's say everybody got to decide whether or not they wanted to stop at a red light. It was your choice. Yeah, the light is red, but you can decide whether to blow through it or stop. That'd be a disaster. Why? Because there would be accidents on every single corner, because nobody would want to stop at the reds. Everybody would want to do exactly what they wanted to. And then somebody would decide to stop at the last minute. Somebody else trying to go through and everybody slamming into each other. It'd be a nightmare. Prohibition and constraint at the level of traffic lights, at the level of rules and regulations of the road, are a kind of castration, because it says you can't just drive however the hell you want. The psychotic drives however the hell they want, which is oftentimes why they don't have driver's licenses. But let's get back to the book, page 12. What comes under the effect of repression returns, for repression and the return of the repressed are just like two sides of the same coin. Here Lacan is shifting back away from the psychotic and now back to the neurotic, who experiences repression. Remember the car accident? The signifier, leather? The signifier is repressed, and then the next time you smell leather or touch leather, that returns. That's called the return of the repressed. That's what he's talking about here. The repressed is always there, expressed in a perfectly articulate manner in symptoms and a host of other phenomena. Symptoms. Symptoms. When you encounter a leather jacket at the Goodwill store and you touch it, and you feel a little disgusted, or you kind of pull your hand away very quickly, that's a symptom. That leather jacket and your reaction is a symptomatic expression of a repressed relationship to a past traumatic event. This is a recorded lecture, so you can pause, back it up, and play that again if you need to. The point here is that that's a symptom. And a symptom in this case, at the very start, remember we're here in 1955 and 56. Later in the 70s, Lacan's going to change his mind and talk differently about symptoms. But for right now, symptoms are symbols. Symptom, symbol. A symptom is a signifier of some underlying structure, some other issue. When you sweat, even though the temperature of the room hasn't changed, but instead because you're nervous, that is a symptomatic expression of an underlying clinical experience. Clinical in the sense that you could go to therapy and probably talk about it. That's symptoms. Normal people have symptoms. Now we come to the psychotic. They don't have symptoms. They have hallucinations, delusions. Let's get to that. By contrast, what falls under the effect of Verwerfung has a completely different destiny. Remember, this is foreclosure. The neurotic symbolizes events, represses and negates those events, shoving them into the unconscious. The psychotic forecloses the experience of symbolization, refusing to allow traumatic events like castration, like prohibition, like a car accident, let's say, refusing to allow them to be symbolized, and by extension being unable to repress them. And as a result of that, not having an unconscious. That's important here. We'll come to talk more about this later. But the psychotic's relationship to the unconscious is a very interesting one. I think it's fair to say that the unconscious simply doesn't exist for the psychotic. Why? Because they know no difference between the voices that have been repressed and the voices that are on display. They got all the voices going at the same time. We'll come to that a little later, and I think we'll add some more nuance to it. Maybe even saying that just their relationship to the unconscious is different. But just hold this thought for a minute. If the unconscious is a language, as Lacan says on page 11, and I'm telling you that the psychotic has a fraught relationship with the unconscious, that should also clue you in to the fact that the unconscious and language and the psychotic are all screwed up. The psychotic has a disturbed relationship to language. And that's how you detect psychosis. You detect psychosis at the level of linguistic disturbances. We're going to come to that a little later, I expect. But first, it's worth noting that the psychotic has a problem with language, with symbolicity, with the symbolic. And then at the bottom of page 12, he goes on and starts talking about this. At the top of 13, we start learning a little bit more. If the normal neurotic person represses signifiers of traumatic events in order to have those signifiers return in symptomatic form, the psychotic does something different. They foreclose, they refuse to symbolize these past traumatic events, and as a result don't have signifiers, and as a result have nothing to repress, and because they have nothing to repress, don't have an unconscious. That's the theory we're working with here. Notice what happens instead, top of page 13. Only it also happens that whatever is refused in the symbolic order, in the sense of foreclosure, reappears in the real. Now that's interesting. One way to work this out in terms of the theories we've got right now is to say that in the case of the car accident, the psychotic refuses to allow that car accident to be symbolized, and thus refuses the car accident itself. The effect Lacan is wagering here is that by refusing to allow the experience of that car crash to be symbolized, the psychotic wills its reappearance in the real. Now, the symbolic and the real have a difficult relationship. It's not too complicated to understand, but it does take a minute. The basic way to understand it is first start by reading Dylan Evans' dictionary and look at the entries on the symbolic and the real. The next thing I would say to hold in mind is that the real is every part of material reality that refuses symbolization. It's the way that reality, in the sense of materiality, bites you. The real is the snake under the rock that strikes your leg as you walk by, causing you to shriek. The real is the shingle that slides off the roof and lands on your head as you walk by the building. The real is the knock at the door, the alarm on your phone that wakes you from your dream. It's that part of reality that emerges as a surprise, stunning you, sometimes shocking you. The real, encounters with the real, are always at some level kind of traumatic. It's surprising when you encounter some part of your reality that you can't symbolize. It can provoke laughter. It can drive you to tears. It can produce shock and awe. And the reason why you experience all these things is because it's tough to symbolize that. And all you can do is oftentimes have an effective grunt, groan, scream, or something like that in response to an encounter with the real. The symbolic is the world in which everything is in its place, has a name, and all the names are connected to each other. The real is also a world where everything is in its place, but not in any way that allows you to control it. So what we're saying here is that the psychotic, by refusing to allow the car crash to become a symbolic element, wills its repetition in the real. What does that mean? It means the psychotic person walks down the street and re-experiences the car crash, even though there's no car crash. They jump into the bushes thinking a car is about to crash into them. That's a psychotic experience. Because what you see when you look at that is no car crash, no car getting ready to crash into them, but not so with them. They are hallucinating. They are seeing in the real something that they refused to symbolize at the level of the symbolic. Reappear is an important word here at the top of page 13. The event of the car crash reappears in their phenomenal field in the form of a hallucination. So if you go down on page 13 to that middle paragraph, the last line or two, last sentence here, the relation that Freud establishes between the phenomenon and this very special knowing nothing of the thing, even in the sense of the repressed, expressed in this text translates as this: what is refused in the symbolic order reemerges in the real. So here we have a repetition of what Lacan has basically said. Knowing nothing of the thing, refusing to know anything about the car crash that they actually experienced back in the day. Allowing the car crash then to reemerge in the real, but only as, check this out, a hallucination. Next paragraph. There is a close relationship between, on the one hand, negation and the reappearance of the purely intellectual order, in the purely intellectual order of what has not been integrated by the subject, and on the other, foreclosure and hallucination, that is, the reappearance in the real of what the symbolic has refused. The first describes the neurotic. Negation and the reappearance in the purely intellectual order of what has not been integrated by the subject. The second refers to the psychotic. Foreclosure and hallucination. The reappearance in the real of what the symbolic has refused, as a hallucination. They are hallucinating in the sense that they are seeing something that they perceive to be real, but that nobody else can see. They think it's real. That's the hallucination. That's the reappearance in the real that Lacan is talking about. The reason why the psychotic experiences hallucinations is caught up in their refusal to symbolize a previous traumatic event, in this case, a car crash. A little bit further down on page 13, about 6 lines from the bottom. The essential distinction is this. The origin of the neurotic repressed is not situated at the same level of history in the symbolic as that of the repressed involved in psychosis, even if there exists a close relationship between their contents. What normal people do when they symbolize traumatic events and then repress these symbols only to have them return in symptomatic expressions later is very different. But how different? Exactly. From the psychotic experience of refusing to symbolize a traumatic event, thereby having nothing to repress, thereby having no source of input for the unconscious, and provoking in turn not a symptomatic return of the repressed, but instead the hallucination, allowing them to feel like the car crash is happening again and again and again. They don't just jump in the bushes once. They're constantly jumping in bushes every time a car passes because they're hallucinating and thinking that they are experiencing the car crash again in its entirety. This is our first introduction to psychosis. Welcome back. We're looking at chapters 3 and 4 of Seminar 3 on the psychoses. A good place to start with Lacan is usually at the beginning and the end of any of his seminars. And so I'd like to begin at the end of chapter 4 on page 56. The third paragraph down where he talks about several othernesses. Let's read through this. I think it gives us a pretty good introduction to what he's been up to in the previous chapter, chapter 3, and here in chapter 4. He says there are several possible othernesses on page 56 that we shall see, and we shall see how they manifest themselves in a complete delusion like Schreber's. First, there are day and night, the sun and the moon, those things that always return to the same place, which Schreber calls the natural world order. A great way to start talking about this natural world order is with the term that Lacan often uses, the real. Here we are talking about material reality. Again, you've heard me refer to this as the tile that falls off the roof and hits you on the head. It's the snake that leaps out from the rock and bites you on the leg. It's whatever is stuck to the bottom of your foot at present. The real is sunrise in San Francisco. These are the elements of material reality that you can certainly symbolize, you can certainly imagine, but they are material elements that at some level resist symbolization and at some level always resist imaginary efforts. So it's interesting that it's captured here as day and night, sun and moon. Think of this as natural order. Then there is the otherness of the other with a capital O that corresponds to the capital S. That is the big other. The subject who is unknown to us, very important here, this emphasis on unknown. The other who is symbolic by nature. The other one addresses oneself to beyond what one sees. This corresponds with the symbolic. So the first definition corresponds to what Lacan calls the real. This definition of the other corresponds to the symbolic. There's a lot of attention paid to the symbolic in chapters 3 and 4, so we're going to return to that in a moment. But I just want to help you put your finger on the concept here. The word is symbolic. And like the word the real, you can look up the symbolic in the Dylan Evans dictionary and get a better sense of what he's up to here. Now we come to a third type of otherness here on page 56. In between, and here we presume in between the real and the symbolic, there are objects. And then at the level of S, there is something that is of the condition, of the dimension of the imaginary, the ego and the body, whether fragmented or not, but more fragmented than not. Okay, here is the third key Lacanian register for us to consider, and that is the imaginary. So the othernesses that he's putting out here are first real, second symbolic, and third imaginary. What the psychotic does with these three registers, we're going to see. But for now, I think it's important for us to just wrap our heads around these three, and that's where we'll return to next. Okay, last time we talked about these three important Lacanian orders of real, symbolic, and imaginary. We don't yet have a really good discussion of the real in our assigned readings, so let's hold off on that. In the meantime, I would say definitely look up this notion of the real, R-E-A-L, real, in the Dylan Evans dictionary and see how much progress you can make. We'll be coming back to talk about it more later. The symbolic is the order that receives the most attention in chapters 3 and 4. So let's hold off on that. The imaginary, very briefly, is touched upon. Let's focus on there for a moment. Page 39. I'm looking about midway down the page on 39 with the paragraph that begins, "How is this possible?" Now, the this that he's talking about, how is this possible? In order to find that out, you read a few lines above on page 39. What makes the human world a world covered with objects derives from the fact that, and here's the key point, the object of human interest is the object of the other's desire. Now, this is not that class, and I'm not going to be delving too far into Lacan's theory of desire. At this point, we can just very simply say that on one level, you can read this sentence as saying, I want what you want. There are other ways to read it too. I want because you want. But in this case, we can read it very simply as just saying, I want what you want. Now, let's get to this paragraph on 39 that begins, how is this possible? How is it possible that the object of my interest is the object of your interest? It's possible, Lacan says on 39, because the human ego is the other, and because in the beginning the subject is closer to the form of the other than to the emergence of his own tendency. Now, when Lacan says ego here, this is a key term in psychoanalysis and one that you can, of course, look up on your own. The ego is your sense of me, not me as Dr. McCormick, your professor, all this kind of stuff. No, your ego is your sense of self, how you see yourself, how you conceive of yourself. If somebody has a big ego, you might say this is somebody who talks a lot about themselves. They have lots of ideas about how they are, all of which only show you how they see themselves. But by the sheer fact that they address their egotistical speech to you, they're also asking you to see them that way. The object of my desire is yours. I want you to want me. But I always want you to want me in a very particular way. I want you to see me in a very particular way. Egotistical speech is speech that asks the other, asks you as a listener, as an auditor, as an audience, as an addressee, to see me in a particular way. So let's just hold some of this in mind as we move through this. The human ego is the other, because in the beginning the subject is closer to the form of the other than to the emergence of his own tendency. It means that our sense of self is very much dependent on how we initially see others. Now let's just keep reading and see if we can come back and make sense of this. He is originally an inchoate collection of desires. There you have the true sense of the expression fragmented body. And the initial synthesis of the ego is essentially an alter ego. It is alienated. The desiring human subject is constructed around a center which is the other, insofar as he gives the subject his unity. And the first encounter with the object is with the object as the object of the other's desire. This is a complicated little paragraph. For some of you that have taken psychoanalysis classes with me in the past, it won't be that complicated. But if this is your first time around, it sounds like a real trick. Things to look up. Fragmented body. Ego, alter ego. Another word for alter ego that you'll see in the literature is specular image. Worth looking up. Specular image. And I would also suggest that you read up on this stage called the mirror stage that Lacan is working out in the 1940s. A lot of what he's saying here is just a follow-up on a very important early essay of his called the mirror stage. Okay, let's talk through this at the level that Lacan does in his theory of the mirror stage. Have you ever seen a baby in front of a mirror? They do weird stuff. You can look up mirror stage on YouTube and find videos of babies in front of mirrors doing certain things. Now here's what happens. You put a baby in front of a mirror. We're talking like 6 months or older. Probably 6 to 18 months, let's say. You put a baby in front of a mirror. Initially, that baby does not know that the reflection in the mirror is a reflection of them. Think of this cat video where the cat is put in front of the mirror, can't figure out that it is a reflection of them, thinks it's another cat, and starts playing with it, starts lunging at it, sometimes even attacking it. Babies, human, do the same thing. Now what's weird about this is that if you take a chimp and you put it in front of a mirror, a chimp immediately looks at the reflection in the mirror, realizes it's fake or an illusion, and then turns elsewhere. Not so with human children, and I would also suggest with human adults. We know that it's an illusion as adults, but we are still fascinated with our mirror images. That's worth noting here. The child at this age, 6 to 18 months, doesn't know that the baby in the mirror is them. Now here's the thing. Human babies at this stage have very highly developed visual senses. They can see things very well, but their ability to see is not matched by their ability to be in the world, their ability to move through the world. Their motor skills lag very far behind. They can see all kinds of things in the room, but they can't get up and walk over to any of it because they're babies. Oftentimes they can't even get up and crawl or toddle or cruise over to grab any of these things. They can see a world that is beyond their grasp. Their hands, still at this age, accidentally slap them in the face. They marvel at their hands, not entirely sure that they are indeed theirs or even within their control. So when the child in front of the mirror sees this other baby, that's exactly what they see. An other baby. But here's the catch. The child in front of the mirror feels like a fragmented body. They feel like they're just a pillowcase full of chicken breasts. They're just discombobulated, uncoordinated, lacking motor skills all over the place. They can't do anything in their world. They can see it all, but they feel very weak relative to their ability to move through the world. Now they see this other baby. This other baby appears to them in the mirror as a whole baby with 2 eyes, 2 arms, a head that faces forward. This baby looks to the baby in front of the mirror like a baby who's got its stuff together. In other words, this baby looks like a better baby, one whose body is not fragmented. The image that the child sees in the mirror looks to be not a fragmented body, but a whole body, a coordinated body. And Lacan's theory is that the child in front of the mirror who feels fragmented and impotent looks into the mirror, sees this powerful, coordinated other baby, and feels threatened. Feels jealous, perhaps, and initially responds with aggressivity. So if you go to YouTube and you look up the mirror stage, what you'll oftentimes see are babies putting their mouths to the mirror image. You'll see babies hitting the mirror. You'll see babies doing all kinds of things. These look cute, they look fun, but what Lacan would point out is that these are fundamentally aggressive gestures. Initially, the baby in front of the mirror feels threatened by the image that is reflected back to them. As though this is competition. This baby is going to be better at nursing. It's going to get more food from me. It's going to take resources from me, and so on and so forth. Very animalistic, aggressive response. But here's what happens. Every time the baby leans in to attack this specular image, speculum, mirror, a mirror image, every time they lean in to hit that image, the other baby counters and puts their hand up. And then the child leans in and tries to bite this other baby. And guess what? The image, the reflection, the baby in the mirror does the same thing. Leans forward and puts their mouth on the mirror, as though to block the advances of the baby. They hit with the other hand, and again, the other baby blocks it. Again, the child doesn't know that that's them reflected in the mirror. They just think it's a very skilled baby, particularly skilled at blocking the aggressive moves of their opponent. And at this point, the child starts to do something different. They have a turn towards what we might call an if you can't beat 'em, join 'em philosophy. The child in front of the mirror realizes that they can't beat this baby and so begins to identify with them. I can't win against you, so I'm going to join your team. And feels an alliance with them, an identification, and eventually a kind of jubilation at the correspondence between them. This is what Lacan is going to call the alter ego. In this paragraph that we've been reading, on page 39, the fragmented body is the baby in front of the mirror. The alter ego is the specular image, the baby that appears in the mirror, that is initially a threat, then identified with, and then experienced as jubilation in relation to. The ego, this third variable, this sense of self, this sense of me, this sense of self-consciousness, the ego is the fusion of these two elements. It's that identification. My sense of self is comprised of my own feelings of insecurity, the fragmented body part, fused with all the other interactions I've had with other people, with alter egos, people with whom I've identified. The ego, your sense of self, is always comprised of these two elements. An insecure, because fragmented sense of self, fused with other senses of self that we often admire more, we think are better than us. This can be the celebrity, this can be the person who you look up to, this can be your hero. The alter ego is oftentimes referred to as well as an ideal ego. It's who you want to be when you grow up. It's who you admire, and so forth. In other words, people who seem to have way more going on in life and handling life better than you do in order to compensate for the feelings of fragmentation. You bring those two elements together, and that gives you your sense of self. That's what gives you your ego. Lacan's point is that this entire construction is imaginary. This is what he means by the imaginary. It is first and foremost a world of images. In this case, specular images, mirror images. And the diagram that you saw early on in this book, on page 14, schema L, shows you some of this. Here is the fragmented body. Here is the alter ego, or the specular image. And then here, you can see the arrow flowing from this, is the formation known as the ego, symbolized here with a lowercase m for the French moi, which means, as you know, me. So this imaginary order, comprised of a fragmented body encountering a specular image or an alter ego, and then joining it in a jubilated creation known as the ego, is a completely imaginary formation. And that's what Lacan is talking about here in the paragraph we just worked through. On page 39. Let's read it again, one more time. It is possible because the human ego is the other, and because in the beginning the subject is closer to the form of the other than to the emergence of his own tendency. Because in the beginning, your own tendency, what you want, what you're into, you didn't have any sense of that. We learn what we're into by interacting with others, which means we're closer in form to them than we are to any notion of ourselves at the start. He is originally an inchoate collection of desires. There you have the true sense of the expression fragmented body. Namely, before we meet others, we're just all over the place. We're just a mess of desires. And the initial synthesis of the ego is essentially an alter ego, because the specular image and our interaction with it becomes the foundation for the formation of our ego, of our sense of self. Now here's the key thing. The initial synthesis of the ego is essentially an alter ego. In other words, it is alienated. And this is important. There's always a fundamental distance between our egos and ourselves. It's tempting to think that you are your ego, but it's precisely the gap between the ego as a site of knowledge, self-knowledge, and somewhere else, a force inside you that is unknown, that is outside the ego, that oftentimes intrudes upon the ego, causing you to say silly stuff, to have strange dreams, this other place. That's important. There's a very real sense here that the egotistical person is someone who is living an alienated life. This is somebody who is living with and in, struggling to live with and in, a version of themselves that is not complete, because it doesn't include this other element, this other force, this place that holds all the things that we don't like to think about, like the fact that deep down we are all still these fragmented bodies. There's more to it than this, and that's where we'll head next. We've just been talking about the imaginary, and not surprisingly, the imaginary has its own type of speech that corresponds to it. At this stage in Lacan's career, he calls it empty speech. Empty speech is what you do when you talk about yourself. I'm the kind of person who blah, 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 blah. It's ego speech. It's egotistical speech. It's empty not necessarily because it's shallow. It's empty because it's not full speech. Full speech, at this point in Lacan's career, points to another dimension of human experience. It overlaps with the real, it overlaps with the imaginary, but it's something different. This is the realm of language, this is the realm of law, this is the realm of rules, this is the realm of society. It is the realm of symbols, and the word for this realm is the symbolic. That is primarily what is at stake in chapters 3 and 4 of Seminar 3 here on the psychoses. Lacan is working toward a definition of the symbolic that for him has a structural thrust. And by that what I mean is, the symbolic for Lacan at this point is a structuring force in the life of language users, which is to say people who speak. To speak is to speak a language. But beyond this language is the structure that this language, let's say, speaks to. The structure that positions people who speak that language into certain relationships with others. Lacan is very clear about this. On page 39 towards the bottom, second line up, speech is always a pact, an agreement. This is a key thing for him in the 1950s, and it gets back to one of the basic definitions of the Greek symbolon. To throw together. Sim, together alongside, balion, to throw, symbol. To symbolize something is always to bring two things together, to form a relationship of sorts. Lacan's going to have lots to say about this in the 1950s, but for now what we want to get at is the way that speech derives from language. Language is a structuring force, and the structuring effect of language is to put you into relationships with others, intersubjective relationships, pacts, P-A-C-T-S, implicit agreements. Even if we agree to disagree, even if we can't even agree to disagree, even if all we do is yell at each other, we are still engaged in a certain intersubjective relationship. There is a pact between us by the sheer fact that we are speaking the same language, even if we don't agree. Interesting moves here. Let's see if we can work up to it. At the bottom of page 36, Lacan starts to introduce us to what he refers to as full speech or true speech, speech that points to the symbolic more than to the imaginary, speech that points to something that is unknown to us as egos, versus empty speech, which points to the known aspect of human experience, the egotistical aspect of human experience, all the things we seem to know about ourselves. Let's read at the bottom of page 36. 4 lines up from the bottom. Full speech, essential, committed speech, is based on this structure. We have two exemplary forms of this. The first is fides, speech that gives itself. Here's the example it keeps coming back to. The "you are my woman" or the "you are my master," which means you are what is still within my speech, and this I can only affirm by speaking in your place. This comes from you to find the certainty of what I pledge. This speech is speech that commits you. These are some tough sentences, but as always with Lacan, if you're patient, he'll oftentimes tell you exactly what he means. Next sentence. The unity of speech insofar as it founds the position of the two subjects is made apparent here. The symbolic is the space in which language is housed. And language is the resource upon which speakers draw when they talk with each other. What he's getting at here, though, is another basic role of the symbolic. It has a positioning effect. There's a positionality that comes with using language. The example here is, if I say "you are my woman," it's that there's a reciprocal assumption here that for you to acknowledge that address is to also acknowledge that I am your man. That's what he's getting at here. When someone says "you are my woman," what they're asking you to do is to assume a very particular position. It could be a position of possession. It could be a position of partnership. It could be a position of friendship, with or without benefits. You can figure this 100 different ways. When someone says "you are my woman," though, they are positioning you in a certain space. They're gendering you in a certain space. There's a positionality that comes with this. Remember, he's working on this stuff in the mid-1950s, by the way. You hear a lot about positionality today, but this is from 1950, 1954, 1955. This is wild stuff. Actually, 55, 56. I mean, come on. This positionality is the key element here. For you to accept my statement that you are my woman, there's a reciprocal nature about this too. It might be, and you are mine, or and you are my man, or and you are my woman, whatever the case may be. But there's a reciprocal element here that commits you to a certain relationship. You enter into a certain pact when you accept this statement. You also enter into this pact, though, when you break it, when you say, no, I'm not your woman. Because now you enter into a different relationship. Lacan's point is that when you address another, when you speak, when you mobilize language at the level of speech and address it to another person, and all speech is addressed, when you address speech to another person, you invite them to position themselves in relation to you, and you also invite them to reciprocate, speaking in turn in ways that position you relative to them. This is that pact, that agreement, that fundamental communication that's happening. He goes on to talk about lying in a very interesting passage. And at the bottom of 37, he introduces you to the big O, the big other, capital O, other, which for him at this point means the symbolic. Again, you can look up the symbolic and make some progress here. He says on page 38 that this other, this capital O other, is not a lowercase other. Lowercase, little o other, is that specular image, that alter ego. You also are a little o other to yourself. Your ego is a little other. That's not what he's getting at here with the big O other, the absolute other, he says on page 38, 4 lines down from the top. Absolute, that is to say, that he is recognized, but that he isn't known. The imaginary order is a realm of knowledge. The others of the imaginary are known others, or so you like to tell yourself. The otherness that corresponds to the symbolic is an unknown otherness. That's important here. Absolute, that is to say, that he is recognized, but that he isn't known. Similarly, what constitutes the feint is that ultimately you do not know whether it's a feint or not. Read back on 37 if you want the clue on that. It's essentially this unknown in the otherness of the capital O other that characterizes the speech relation at the level at which speech is spoken to the other. That's a weird, convoluted statement. Let's see if we can make some headway with it. What I'm going to do now is just go through these pages and look for opportunities to discuss further what he means by the big O other. Okay, so we're looking for opportunities to understand what Lacan means by this absolute big O other that is unknown to us. I'm on page 40. I'm looking around here. I see another reference to this. At the bottom of section 3, page 40, the paragraph begins, this distinction between the big O other with a big O, that is, the other insofar as it's not known, and the little o other with a small o, that is, this other who is me, the source of all knowledge, is fundamental. This is what we were just talking about. Little o others correspond to the imaginary. And they bring with them a certain sense of knowledge, an experience of knowing, the source of all knowledge. Big O other corresponds to the symbolic, to the realm of language, and to this field of the unknown. We're trying to make sense of this now. What Lacan is just pointing out here again is that the distinction between these two forms of otherness, one imaginary, represented by the lowercase o, the other symbolic, represented by the uppercase O, is fundamental. Reading on. Notice on page 41, he gets back into the big O other and he starts using the word structure. And then he leaves off. The next big moment for us in understanding what he means by the symbolic, this big O other here, is on page 50. He starts by talking about the speech of the psychotic. Sow, who is speaking when there's a hallucination like this? But then he very quickly steers away from that and brings us back at the bottom of page 50 to this big O other, the symbolic. Who normally speaks in reality for us? Is it reality exactly when someone speaks to us? The point of the remarks I made to you last time on the little O other and the big O other, the other with a small o and the other with a big O, was to get you to notice that when the big O other, the other with a big O, speaks, it is not purely and simply the reality in front of you, namely the individual who is holding forth. The big O other is beyond that reality. Okay, the reality he's talking about here, don't get it twisted, is not the real. The reality he's talking about here is the imaginary reality that is held up whenever somebody speaks to you. Somebody, this individual who is holding forth, this little O other. Lacan is here saying that when the big O speaks, it's not speaking at the same register at which your roommate addresses you. It's not speaking at the same register at which a little O shows up in your life. The other, he says, is beyond that imaginary reality. So what is this beyond? It's connected, but also beyond. What are we getting at here? Again, Lacan comes back to this early notion in his career of true speech, also oftentimes referred to as full speech. In true speech, the big O other, and here we mean the symbolic, as a structuring or positioning force built into language use. When you speak, you draw on language, and language brings with it a whole host of positionings. He, she, him. They, theirs, it. Think of all the pronouns in the world and the ways to mix those up and the ways that we now oftentimes identify with certain pronouns, just to let people know where within the linguistic universe we would like them to position us. It's a good way to start accessing some of these ideas. In true speech, the big O other is that before which you make yourself recognized. Before which, perhaps here he means in front of which. But you can make yourself recognized by it only because it is recognized first. Now, what does that mean? It means that in order to position yourself within the symbolic, you have to first accept the positioning agency of the symbolic itself. In other words, you have to accept its authority to position you and everybody else. It has to be recognized for you to be able to make yourself recognized. This process of accepting the symbolic, accepting that there is a society with rules and regulations and linguistic experiences that position you in certain camps, in certain genders, in certain families, in certain ethnicities, and so on and so forth, is called alienation. A word that we've used in these lectures has also been castration. It's another technical term. It doesn't mean someone's physically operating on your junk. It means that you have accepted that there are positioning forces at work in your world that are beyond your control, that are oftentimes also beyond your knowledge. Little boys and girls are oftentimes made long before they have any sense of self. Their rooms are painted blue or pink even before they're born. These are the forces of the unknown positioning agencies of the symbolic that get imposed upon us. And part of what it means to become a normal, neurotic subject is to accept this, to accept that we are aliens in a world not of our own creation, with rules that are not within our control. That process is called alienation. Another technical word for it in Lacanian psychoanalysis is castration. This is the world Lacan is describing here by the big other. He goes on page 51 to talk about the positioning force. Again with this example, I am your man, you are my woman. Notice this paragraph beginning in saying to someone. Let's check this out. In saying to someone, you are my woman, you are implicitly saying to her, I am your man. And here, of course, just assume the heteronormativity of what he's saying. It could just as easily be something else, something totally different. But you are saying to her first, you are my woman. That is, you are establishing her in the position of being recognized by you. In other words, you're saying, I recognize you as not just a woman, but my woman. That's what's happening first. But implicit in this is a request that she respond. Sometimes without even saying it. A squeeze of the hand could also communicate, and I am your man, and you are my man, and so on and so forth. You are establishing her in the position of being recognized by you, by means of which she will be able to recognize you in turn. This kind of reciprocity of recognition is what's happening here. My speech positions you, and it elicits a response from you that is implicit in my own speech that positions me. I am your man invites you to say, you get where I'm going with this. This speech is therefore always beyond language, because the positioning work that it does here is structural. And such a commitment, like any other utterance, even a lie, conditions all the discourse that follows. And here, what I understand by discourse includes all kinds of stuff. Acts, steps, the contortions of puppets, yourselves included, caught up in the game. I'm going to emphasize that. Caught up in the game. Beginning with an utterance, a game is instituted, entirely comparable to what happens in Alice in Wonderland when the servants and other characters in the Queen's court start playing cards. A few lines down, he emphasizes the rules of the game. Once you have entered the play of symbols, you are always forced to act according to a rule. Page 51. This gives us the final confusion that brings clarity to what he means by the symbolic, but also shows us how it hangs together with the imaginary and the real, namely at the level of the game. That's what we're going to discuss next. So we were just working on page 51, and Lacan has connected the symbolic to a game. Now, what do we know about games? Let's just think about this for a second. Games have rules. And once you decide to play a game, call it checkers, Monopoly, Risk, Cards Against Humanity, whatever your game is, as soon as you start playing a game with someone else, the assumption there is that everybody agrees to share the same rules of that game. The game isn't going to work if you're playing by one set of rules and somebody else is playing by another. The symbolic is all the rules that allow us to play the game of society. That's what the symbolic is. It is a collection of all the rules that allow us to play the game of life, of society. Now, there are lots of different kinds of rules. Lacan's point here is that one of the first and foremost rules of such a game is positionality. When you're playing Monopoly and you choose your character, all these little silver metal pieces, are you going to be the shoe? Are you going to be the car? Are you going to be the galloping horse? Are you going to be the iron? What are you going to be? How are you going to move around the board? Where are you going to allow the dice of the game to place you? These are all the rules of the game. You want to know where the symbolic is in Monopoly? It's in the manual of how to play the game, the rules of how to play the game. Now, what's the real in this analogy? The real is the actual board that can be folded up, put into the fireplace, and burnt. It's the pieces themselves made of metal that can be melted in the same fire and used to make, I don't know, a wristwatch. That's the real. It's the material structure of the box. It's the paper bills that you used to make the fire in the first place. Seriously, if you haven't sat down and burnt a $500 bill from a Monopoly set, you're missing out. My point is that the real is the material of which the game is made. It's the red paint on Indiana. It's the stack of yellow cards in Community Chest. It's the stack of orange cards. It's the ink on the page. That's the real. It's the material elements, the physical elements that go into the makeup of the game. The symbolic is all the rules that structure the game. Now, where's the imaginary at the level of the game? Well, if we just stick with the game of Monopoly, it's the reason why you chose to be the race car. Because you think of yourself as somebody who's fast, who likes to get the job done, who always rolls with the top down. It's the reason you chose the iron. Or, as some little kids oftentimes think, the shield. Because if you turn that iron up on its side, it looks like a shield, and you might say, oh yeah, because I'm a fighter. Or it might be, no, because I fancy myself a maid, a servant, a homemaker. Maybe instead you choose the galloping horse because you fancy yourself courageous. Now what do? You roll the dice and you land on Connecticut. And you think to yourself, damn, I'm from Connecticut. I feel connected to that. It'd be a shame if I didn't buy it. These are all imaginary identifications that your ego experiences with a certain piece, and that your ego experiences when a certain piece lands on a certain place in the board. You feel connected to that. You land on go to jail, and at some deep level you might think to yourself, yeah, I'd cheat if I could. I probably deserve to go to jail. You land on free parking, and you think, man, if only that were the case. I work so hard. I'm the kind of person who always looks for free parking whenever I'm in the city. That's the imaginary. So the real is what the board is made out of, the metal that makes the pieces, the paper, the ink, all this stuff. The symbolic is the rules of the game that everybody pretty much has to agree to in order for the game to function. You can change the rules, but usually when you change the rules in a game like Monopoly, you have to have a conversation about it. And everybody has to agree in order for the game to go forward smoothly. That's the symbolic. The imaginary are the feelings you have towards the car, towards the iron, towards any particular property or experience that might occur on the game. The identifications or dissociations or disidentifications that happen when you land on certain properties. So it's important here that he's bringing up the game because it gives us a good opportunity to illustrate these three othernesses that we've been talking about: real, symbolic, and imaginary. The game metaphor continues through page 52, which brings us back to where we started here on page 56. These three othernesses: real, symbolic, and imaginary. You've heard a lot so far about these. I would encourage you to A, look up real, imaginary, and symbolic in the Dylan Evans Dictionary. B, think about the way that they've been discussed in these few lectures. And then C, if you start losing track, think about the game of Monopoly. Think about what we've talked about here at the level of the game. Thanks. I'll see you next time. All right, welcome back. We're looking at chapters 5 and 6 of Seminar 3. It's tough to know where to start here, but first things to note right out of the gate is that what Lacan is up to in these initial chapters of the seminar is he's trying to distinguish between neurosis and psychosis. He wants to show very clearly how there is a primitive difference between these two clinical structures. And that primitive difference comes down to what they do with the symbolic, or in the case of the psychotic, what they don't do with it. We're going to try and figure this out. If not, in this round of lectures than in upcoming as well, because this is a key move here. Let's start first with the basic stake that he's working out here. You can see it at the bottom of page 62. In the paragraph that begins, anyone who is following the path I am gradually leading you down, check this out, by drawing your attention to a mechanism that is distinct from Verneinung, which means negation, and that can be constantly seen emerging in Freud's discourse, we'll find here, once again, the need to, here's the key point, distinguish between something that has been symbolized and something that hasn't. Neurosis, the neurotic, which is the normal person, and I don't say normal to suggest good, I say normal to mean typical. Typically, there is something that has been symbolized for the neurotic, that in the case of the psychotic, hasn't. That's the distinction that we're working with here. Something happens in neurosis. Something is subject to the symbolic, to symbolization. Something is symbolized, typically. When that doesn't happen, you have a recipe for psychosis. What that is what we're trying to figure out here. In order to make some moves here, I believe the next step should be to blast forward into chapter 6 and see if we can wrap our head a little bit around neurosis. So let's start with a restatement of what's happening here on page 82. Middle of the page, Lacan says, in the beginning. And that's really where we're looking here. In the beginning of these clinical structures. In the beginning, then, there is either Bejahung, which is the affirmation of what is, or Verwerfung, which is not. Now, Bejahung is interesting. It's like a primitive symbolization. It's where something, some entity has been represented in the symbolic. Now, do we really know what that means? Let's work on it, because in order to understand what Verwerfung means, refusal, foreclosure, we have to understand what it does, which is it is not Bejahung. It prevents a primitive symbolization. It is not the affirmation of what is, but a denial of it, and it is occurring at the beginning. There's something primitive happening here. So we'll start there with Bejahung next. Welcome back. Not surprisingly, with Bejahung, if you look in the Dylan Evans Introductory Dictionary to Lacanian Psychoanalysis, you find an entry for this. It's in the B section, Bejahung. In his reply to Jean Hippolyte's commentary on Freud's negation, Lacan describes a primordial act of affirmation, which is logically prior to any act of negation. Logically prior is not the same as temporally prior. We're going to come to that in a moment. Lacan uses Freud's German here, Bejahung, which means affirmation, to denote this primordial affirmation. Primitive, primordial, in the beginning, an affirmation must occur in order for there to be a negation. Now, it could be as simple to illustrate as a disagreement. When you and your roommate, when you and your parent, when you and your friend have a disagreement, you negate each other's positions. I disagree with you, you disagree with me. But Lacan's point would be that in order to have that negation, in order to have that disagreement, there has to be a primitive, antecedent foundation of agreement in place. And that foundation of agreement could be as simple as we agree to disagree in the same language, or we have defined this as a disagreement in which we will express opinions but not trade hands. That could be another opportunity here. The agreement can just be a primitive, tacit understanding, mutual understanding of the rules of engagement. You and your roommate might disagree on whose dish it is that was left in the sink and has been there since 1983. But that doesn't mean that you're going to stab them. There's an agreement that doesn't even need to be spoken here that precedes the disagreement that you're having about the dish. Namely, that we're going to speak about this in English, perhaps. Namely, that it won't result in violence, and so on and so forth. These are primitive bejahungs, or affirmations, that have to be in place for the negation or the disagreement to occur. It could be as simple as understanding it that way. So when he says that this is logically prior instead of temporally prior, what he means is that when the disagreement starts, it presumes. It has a series of presumptions built into it, one of which is that we're going to speak the same language. If we are starting a disagreement and I suddenly start speaking Mandarin to you, and you're not a Mandarin speaker, and you may not have even known that I speak Mandarin, then suddenly we're going to say, whoa, hold up. Can we talk in English? Or was there another language we can speak that we both speak here? Then you have to go back and rework what is usually assumed in a disagreement, namely that I will address you in a language that you speak. That is a primitive affirmation that has to be in place for my negation of your position in the argument to occur. Reading back to Dylan Evans. Whereas negation concerns what Freud calls the judgment of existence, Bejahung denotes something more fundamental, namely the primordial act of symbolization itself, the inclusion of something in the symbolic universe. Only after a thing has been symbolized at the level of Bejahung can the value of existence be attributed to it or not, negation. So in order for negation to occur, and thus begin the process of repression, the return of the repressed, and all the mechanisms of neurosis, there has to be some primitive symbolization, some inclusion of something into a symbolic universe. And what I would like to suggest is that this is a basic acceptance of the symbolic universe itself. We're going to come back to this and continue discussing it, but that's a first hint. Lacan posits a basic alternative between Bejahung and the psychotic mechanism he calls foreclosure. That's what we were just hearing about. The former designates a primordial inclusion of something in the symbolic, that's our Bejahung, whereas foreclosure is a primordial refusal to include something, the name of the Father, in the symbolic. Now the name of the Father comes up here at the end. And I think it's worth noting here that the name of the Father is always also the know of the Father. I don't mean know in the sense of knowledge, I mean know in the sense of thou shalt not. Why? It's as simple as Lacan's French, which is never quite that easy. But think of it this way. In French, the word name, nom, sounds exactly the same as the word know, nom. N-O-M sounds the same as N-O-N in French. So when Lacan talks about the name of the Father, he also means the know of the Father. And when he says Father, he doesn't mean bio-dad, he doesn't mean male, he doesn't mean any of that. The position of the Father is a subject position that anyone or anything can occupy. It is whatever serves the function of saying no. And you've heard me say this before. The first word that we learn, no matter what that word is, that's meaning to us is no. And the reason why that is that when a child is introduced to language, they experience that introduction as a negation, as a prohibition, as what Lacan refers to as castration. The introduction into language says, thou shalt not continue crying like a baby, peeing and pooping in your pants, whining when you don't get what you want, babbling, etc. Thou shalt not do all the baby things you used to do at the level of pure need. And instead, you have to start articulating your wants in the field of language. You'll hear the parent tell the child, use your words. Use your words. I can't understand you when you cry like that. That is the child's introduction into the symbolic, and the child experiences that as a refusal, but not in the Lacanian sense of the psychotic, a refusal of their ability to remain a baby. They have to accept that if they're going to get what they want, they have to use words. And here's the difference between the neurotic and the psychotic. The neurotic accepts this alienation, this castration, this prohibition. The neurotic, the typical person, grows up and accepts and does their best to live with the fact that they have to use a language not of their own creation to get what they want with others. And that is precisely what the psychotic denies, forecloses, refuses. In other words, what they do not admit into their symbolic universe is the existence of the symbolic itself. We'll pick up there in a moment. Okay, we've just been looking at this German term, Bejahung, this affirmation, primitive affirmation, something that goes back to the beginning of a child's socialization. And we talked about this as an acceptance of the symbolic universe, an acceptance of the fact that the child is thrust, dropped, kicked into a world of symbols and rules and order and others that is not of their own creation. In other words, a world that is in which they are alienated, I think is fair to say. In the beginning, on page 82, Lacan says, then there is either Bejahung, where all of this occurs and you accept the fact that you are alienated in this world, not of your own creation, which is the affirmation of what is, in this case, a world not of your own creation, or Repression, which is where you deny all of this. Now, go up a little bit on page 82. First full paragraph. At the level of this pure, primitive Bejahung, which may or may not take place, an initial dichotomy is established. What has been subject to Bejahung, to primitive symbolization, will have various destinies. What has come under the influence of the primitive Verwerfung will have another. So what Lacan is here suggesting is that depending on whether and to what extent you accept and affirm your alienation in the symbolic, there will be futures that unfold for you. One is the path of the neurotic, the other is the path of the psychotic. Let's look first at the path of the neurotic. I say this is the normal person, again, not to suggest that this is a good person, but to suggest that it is a typical person. If you look around the room, most of the people that you see are going to be neurotic. There may even be 0 in the room that are psychotic. Most people are neurotic, and that's what I mean when I refer to this as a normal structure. Page 83. So, within Bejahung, all sorts of accidents occur. Okay, so here we are. We're working on the topic of neurosis first, to understand what happens for the neurotic in order to help us better understand what doesn't happen for the psychotic. So within Bejahung, all sorts of accidents occur. Page 83. There is no indication that the primitive retrenchment has been done cleanly. This primitive retrenchment, that's what Bejahung points to. Besides, there is a strong chance that in the long term, we will know nothing about the motives for it, precisely because it is situated beyond all mechanisms of symbolization. Beyond all mechanisms of symbolization. There's something mystical about what's happening here. It's not too hard to wrap your head around, but there is something challenging about this. The structure of this primitive Bejahung is logical, not temporal. And now what he's saying is that it's occurring beyond all mechanisms of symbolization. So wait a minute. He's telling me that there is a primitive symbolization on page 82 that is situated beyond all mechanisms of symbolization? What on earth is going on here? We don't yet have an answer to this question. But if we start with our understanding of castration, of the prohibition that the name of the father, the no of the father, introduces into the child's life, we have a sense of this. No matter what the word is that the parent or primary caregiver wants the child to use instead of their cry, the child experiences the introduction of that word as a negation, as a commandment, as a prohibition. Thou shalt not continue crying. So whatever that word is, it could be please and thank you. Whatever the word is, the child experiences it as a big no, a prohibition. And what does it prohibit? It prohibits the child from remaining in a world where they think the only option available to them is to cry and get what they want. It's a prohibition against their ability to remain babies. And it's that prohibition that the psychotic rejects. They refuse to accept that. The neurotic person, however, accepts it and now learns to live in a split way. I say split because on the one hand, they still remain these primitive biological beings with the urge to cry when they don't get what they want, to bang on the walls when they feel frustrated, to do all of the primitive baby-like things that we used to do when we were that age. But they also know, here's the other part of that split, that they are socialized, that they live in a civilization, that they are not just biological beings, but also sociological beings, beings subject to language, rules, laws, order, and that is another option. Instead of banging on the wall, you can say, I find your actions quite frustrating, sir. Instead of crying when you don't get what you want, you can say, please pass the ketchup, ma'am. You can use language in these ways to get what you want. And the neurotic is somebody that oftentimes struggles with these two options. How to be, let's say, assertive instead of aggressive. How to ask for what you want when you want it instead of waiting until it's too late and then you boil over and issue a screed of demands. The dish in the sink that's been there since the mid-'80s. How to ask whose dish it is in the mid-'80s instead of waiting until 2020 to figure out whose dish it is when everyone's so dang upset about the dish that you're ready to fight about it. The neurotic is somebody that oftentimes struggles with that split because they know that the world is not as simple as it used to be for them. What's prohibited is the blissful ignorance of the child when the parent says, no, you have to be integrated into the symbolic. And when you accept that, what you accept is a primitive symbolization of your pre-symbolic state. That's important here. Your primitive symbolization of your pre-symbolic state. You affirm it as no longer, if you want to get a little technical about it. The Bejahung that starts the neurotic process is an affirmation of something that is no longer. It's a primitive affirmation of something that was, and creates a slight separation. Slight yet significant separation. Significant because full of signifiers. Separation between you as the newly speaking child and the previous version of you, of which you had no knowledge because it was pre-symbolic. You were just a lizard on a rock back then, crying when it hurts and giggling when it don't. Page 83. And if someone does know something about this one day, then there's little chance that he will be an analyst. Ha ha. In any case, it is with what remains that the subject constructs himself a world, and above all, that he situates himself within it. That is, that he manages to be more or less what he has admitted that he was, a man, when he finds himself to be of masculine sex, or conversely, a woman. All right, this gets us back to the basic function of the symbolic. In Seminar 3, Lacan sees the symbolic predominantly as a structuring mechanism. It is a subjectifying mechanism. It puts you in your place. It situates you. In the symbolic, everything has its place, including you. Now, the first part of this important sentence, after in any case on page 83, it is with what remains that the subject constructs himself a world. Okay. You're crying all the time. Your primary caregiver says, hey, it's time to start using your words. That's prohibition. That's castration. That's the no of the father, the name of the father being lowered into your life. And it creates a rupture or a break. The break is simply this. The break is between the world as you knew it before you were told no, and the world as you now know it in the wake of the no. That's the basic split here. It's not just as simple as I'm a biological being, but also a symbolic one. That's common. More primitive, more conceptually precise here is the split that is introduced when language is brought into the child's life is the split between a world that now exists as language and a world that doesn't exist as language. It's a split between the world that was and the world that is now, that didn't exist before then. That's very important here. This is also partly why that world, that primitive world, is logically prior and not temporally prior. Temporally speaking, yes, you were a baby before you became a speaking child. But it wasn't until you became a speaking child that you had any notion of the fact that you were once a baby. When you were a baby, you weren't thinking, I'm a baby and not a speaking child. That ain't how that works. When you're a baby, you are a lizard on a rock. You are in the moment. You are in this blissful Edenic state of pure ignorance, pure need. Only with the introduction of language, only when you start speaking, do you start to have words for things that were no longer. I can remember this, for instance, with my little kiddo, when we started going through her old clothing that she had outgrown. She could remember those items. She could remember wearing those items, but she also knew that she did not fit in them anymore. In this case, the piece of clothing that no longer fit her symbolized a lot. It was symbolic of a world that she once had, but that is now no longer. It was also symbolic of the no longer part, the you can't, the you cannot go back, the you do not fit in these clothes anymore. The part that says to her, that world is gone. It's over. There was a part of you, a being that was you long ago. In her case, just maybe 6 months ago. But for her, that's a long time. Half her life, you think, if she's only one. A being that is no longer. And this item of clothing that is too small for her present body symbolizes this as a reminder, but also as a signifier of loss. That's important here. When the no of prohibition, the no that says now you have to speak like a proper young lady or gentleman, comes to play, what it fundamentally prohibits is any ability to live in a previous state of Edenic bliss. It's a big no to that world. And how that no is metabolized is usually as loss. That world is no longer here anymore. I've lost it. It's gone, and it can't be recovered. Not unlike, if you think about it, the lost Edenic paradise that Adam and Eve can no longer return to. Now, what happens when you accept this is what we get to at the second part of page 83. You decide you can no longer go back to Eden, so you're going to try and find your way, find your path, find your place in this world outside of Eden. He situates himself within it. That is, he manages to be more or less what he has admitted that he was. Nice tense here. A man when he finds himself to be of masculine sex, or conversely a woman. In this case, the positionality here is in terms of gender. It can be with regards to anything. Race, class, gender, age, you figure it out. All the isms come to bear here. The symbolic is what helps you accept, emphasis here on more or less, your place in the symbolic. A lot turns on this because the more or less part is crucial. Some people fully embrace the position that the symbolic order, that society, that normativity puts them in. Others do not. Others chafe at it. Your mom and dad may have treated you as a little boy growing up, but that may not have jibed with how you felt. You may not have identified with that subject position. You may not have found yourself there. You may have always refused to allow yourself to be situated there. Nevertheless, there is this world that is constantly trying to funnel you into certain subject positions. And this is where we're going to continue reading on page 83 in a moment. Let's continue reading here on page 83. Middle of the page, paragraph, if I put this in the foreground, it is because analysis strongly emphasizes that this is one of the essential problems. Never forget that nothing touching on the behavior of the human being as subject, human being as subject meaning subject to the symbolic, or on anything in which he realizes himself, in which he quite simply is, can escape being bound by the laws of speech. That's what it feels like for the neurotic or the typical person to emerge. They feel bound by the laws of speech. Laws of speech that were not of their own making. Why do I say that? Because the language atop which you speak was not created when you were born. It predates you. It is not your language. We oftentimes refer to it as the mother tongue. Why? Because it ain't yours. It was your mother's tongue before it became yours. You are bound by these laws of speech. You are bound by a code of conduct, laws of speech, rules of engagement that are not of your own creation. You have to simply situate yourself within, or at least in relation to, those rules. Even a rejection of those rules is a primitive affirmation that they exist, a bejahung in its own right. That's what we're getting at here. You may disagree with how society places human beings. Most of us do. But in order to disagree with established norms of placement for human beings, there's a primitive affirmation that comes with that disagreement. You have to affirm that that system of placements exists in order to take it on. There's a primitive affirmation that is logically prior to any disagreement with those norms. I say logically prior because it's not like you sit down and say, okay, let's start with a basic agreement here. We all agree that this is an established protocol, blah, 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 blah. Not usually. Usually we just say, I've had it. I've had enough. I'm tired of this. This isn't working for me, blah, blah, blah. In order to have that disagreement, you have to first have some sort of a recognition, an affirmation of sorts, of the system against which you are railing. And oftentimes, in disagreements, this will come up. People will say, wait, what are you actually arguing against here? What are you actually upset about? I'm upset about the fact that you did blah, 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 blah. And they'll say, don't make assumptions. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. You say, oh, I thought we had already agreed that that was your dish that had been in the sink. And that's why I'm upset. I'm sorry, no, that wasn't my dish. That dish was when your mom visited and she left that in there. That you didn't make it and I didn't make it either, so don't blame me. Now suddenly you've gone back to that presumption, that primitive beyahung, and called it into question, which is a very good way to do something called critique. It's the basic model of critical thought, is to ask, what are the presuppositions, the presumptions, the assumptions that have to be in place and accepted by all in order for this moment, be it a disagreement or otherwise, to occur. Now, this is a recording, so you can play that back and hear it as many times as you want. But that is the basic move of critique, is to study and, where possible, change the presumptions and the presuppositions that allow any particular moment to appear as it does. Reading on, page 83. Toward the bottom, if Freud insisted on the Oedipus complex, to the extent of constructing a sociology of totems and taboos, it is obviously because for him, the law with a capital L is there ab origine. It is therefore out of the question to ask oneself the question of origins. The law is there precisely from the beginning. It has always been there. And human sexuality must realize itself through it and by means of it. The law is simply the law of symbolization. This is what the Oedipus complex means. Here again, Lacan is working what is one of the most basic lines of thought for him, but that for many of us is very difficult to understand. It's the difference between logical time and temporal time. Logical time is what he's working on here. The law has always been there. So if you want to ask yourself the question of origins, he says it's out of the question to ask oneself the question of origins. Even in order to begin the questioning process, you have to presuppose that there's already a language in place, because otherwise how would you articulate your question? That's one way to get at this logical priority here. The law is precisely from the beginning, but it's only after you've been integrated into the law that you can look back and notice its primitive existence. There's a kind of retroactivity or retrospection that comes with the symbolic. You're always already in it by the time you start wondering about it. The proof that it exists is logically prior to you is there as soon as you start questioning it. That's another way to think about this. So we're sticking with the neurotic. We're working through this stuff. And Lacan is again talking about the symbolic as a way of situating people. In this case, sex, gender. Like it or not, there is an order out there that tries to corral you into it. This produces something that Lacan on page 84 calls Verdrängung, which is the German word for repression. Repression is the basic mechanism that goes on for neurotic or typical people. This is important here. There's Bejahung, the primitive affirmation or acceptance of the symbolic order, which allows for a kind of negation, Verneinung. In this case, it would be a negation of the world that existed before you accepted the symbolic. And now we get to a third mechanism, very central, known as Verdrängung, repression. Let's read and see what we can learn about this. Repression is not the law of misunderstanding. It is what happens when things don't hang together at the level of a symbolic chain. Each symbolic chain we are linked to comprises an internal coherence, which means that we can be forced at any given moment to render what we have received to someone else. Now, it sometimes happens that we are unable to do this on all levels at once. In other words, we find the law intolerable. Not that it is intolerable in itself, but the position we are in comprises a sacrifice that proves to be impossible at the level of meaning. In other words, the law, the symbolic, society, asks us to situate ourselves in a position that we find intolerable, unacceptable, unable to process. It's not that the law is intolerable, it's the position that the law puts us in that we find intolerable. But the position we are in comprises a sacrifice that proves to be impossible at the level of meaning. Impossible for us to relate to others, to signal to others. In other words, we are no longer able to render what we have received to someone else. These are moments that might leave you speechless. So we repress some of our own acts, discourse, or behavior, things you're ashamed of. Everybody watching this video can imagine and recall moments in your past, sometimes in your childhood, that you are not proud of and that you do not like to think about because you found them intolerable. These are experiences that you don't just go around telling people. These are your deepest, darkest secrets. They are impossible at the level of meaning, first and foremost because you don't like talking about them. The really impossible ones are the ones that you can't even remember because they were so difficult at the time to experience and have been so difficult to ever even call to mind that they've undergone repression. We repress some of our own acts, discourses, and behavior. We negate them to the point of trying to forget them. But the chain nevertheless continues to run on beneath the surface, express its demands, and assert its claims. And it does this through the intermediary of the neurotic symptom. This is where repression is at the base of neurosis. So the experience that you had, that you don't like talking about, that was so bad, in fact, that you can't even remember having it, so bad that it only comes to you in a series of recurring nightmares, so bad that it only comes to you in moments when you try to say Pittsburgh but instead say something else that sounds like pit but refers instead to the anatomy of the woman. Something like this. This runs on beneath the surface. It expresses its demands and it asserts its claims. And it does so at the level of a symptom. When you mean to say Pittsburgh but instead say Titsburg, we hear that as a symptomatic expression of some underlying repressed attitude towards, femininity, towards female anatomy, maybe masculine anatomy, maybe barnyard anatomy. I don't know what the anatomy would be here. But tit refers to a part of the human body that in the case of normative society, women bodies are usually covering up their tits, and so on and so forth. And so it becomes a site of taboo. So much so that when you were growing up, when you were weaned, let's say, you may have experienced that as very traumatic. Suddenly, where you used to go for comfort on your primary caregiver when you nursed, now becomes X'd out. You can't go there. No admittance. Do not enter. That may have been a very traumatic event for you. And as a result, the word tit has always been one that when it comes up makes you feel a little bit uncomfortable. It doesn't mean it stops signifying in your life. It means that when you signify the word tit, you're doing so at the level of a neurotic symptom, accidentally. And it's this accident that points us to the neurotic undercurrent. Let's take one more stab, so to speak, at this notion of the symbolic as it relates to neurosis. We'll pick up there in just a moment. Okay, let's flip to page 81 of the text and keep working at this. We're trying to establish something about neurosis and its relation to the symbolic in order to help us, in turn, establish something about psychosis and its foreclosure of any typical relation to the symbolic. Page 81. Toward the bottom of the page, about 2/3 of the way down, there's a sentence that starts, "the young child whom you see playing." It's in the paragraph that says, "this hasn't been demonstrated." The young child whom you see playing at making an object disappear and reappear, who is thereby working at apprehending the symbol, will, if you let yourselves be fascinated by him, mask the fact that the symbolic is already there, that it is enormous and englobes him from all sides, that language exists, fills libraries to the point of overflowing, and surrounds, guides, and rouses all your actions. The fact that you are engaged, that it can require you to move at any moment and take you somewhere, all this you forget before the child being introduced into the symbolic dimension. So let us place ourselves at the level of the existence of the symbol as such, insofar as we are immersed in it. So let's start at the beginning of this lengthy sentence. The young child whom you see playing at making objects disappear and reappear, who is thereby working at apprehending the symbol. All right, this is from a 1920 book that Freud wrote called Beyond the Pleasure Principle. And in that book, Freud notices something that his grandson, Ernst, is doing. Here's the story. Freud's hanging out, and his daughter brings her son over. This was a typical occurrence, he says, where she brings her son over and drops him off in order to go do whatever it is she's going to do. Freud was a little judgy about this whole thing. He thought the mom should be spending a little more time with the child. Nevertheless, as any happy grandfather is, he embraced the opportunity to spend some time with his kid, his grandkid. And here's something that he noticed. He was stunned that when the mom would drop off the kid was never really sad when she left, or at least didn't express it. The mom would come over, drop the kid in the little baby cage, the play pen or whatever you would call it back then, and the child would do something that Freud noticed, something that Freud thought helped the child cope with the mother's absence. Now, back in these days, in a crib or a baby cage, or whatever you want to call these things, there was something around the edge of the crib, like a padded blanket of sorts, that would allow the kid to have some warmth, allow the kid to have some privacy, and so forth. It was a screen, though, effectively. Keep the kid from bumping its head on the bars, all this kind of stuff. You can't use these things anymore because turns out they suffocate kids when they roll into them and stuff like this. But back in the day, remember this is 1920 when he writes this book, this was allowed. And in this case, Ernst gets put into this baby playpen. It's surrounded by a blanket, and he can't really see out. And you can't really see in unless you peer over it. And he's in there, and he's got this toy, another early 20th century baby hazard. It's a little spool with a piece of string attached to it. A spool that may have had yarn wrapped around it at some point, and that typically a child would play with by pulling the string and having the spool run behind them as though it's a little wagon, pulling the string and having the spool go behind them like it's an animal, whatever the case may be, swinging it around perhaps, whatever. Not so with Ernst. When the mom would drop him off, he did something very interesting with this spool, according to Freud. He'd sit in his playpen, And he would take the string in one hand and the spool in the other, and he would throw the spool over the side of his crib so that it disappeared onto the outside of his crib, past the little blanket edging beyond which Ernst couldn't see. And when he threw it over the crib and out of his sight, he would make a sound that Freud interpreted as the German word fort, which means away. And then, because Ernst had the string in his other hand, he would pull this string and reel the spool back in so that it popped over the top of his crib and reappeared to him. And when this happened, Freud says, Ernst would make a different sound. He would grab the spool, pull it close to him, and make a sound that, according to Freud, sounded like da, which in German can mean there, but also can mean here. And then, crucially, Ernst would repeat the game. He would throw the spool back over the edge of the crib, say fort, away, and then pull it back to him and say da, here, when he gets it. And he'd do this again and again. Now, how are we to understand this? Freud is not able to make much of this, except to say that the child is mastering at the level of a game what he can't control at the level of real life. In this case, the spool is the mother. It's a symbol of the mom, of Ernst's mom. And he can't control his mom's comings and goings. She comes and goes as she pleases. She drops him off and then leaves, and he doesn't know when she's coming back. Not so with the spool. The spool that is symbolic of her, he can control. He can control when it leaves by throwing it over the edge of the crib. He can control when it comes back by deciding when to pull the string and reel it back in. What Freud here says is that the child is able to exercise some control at the level of a game over an entity that it can't control in real life, namely its mom. What Lacan brings to this is a very keen insight, namely, the spool is a symbol. The spool symbolizes the mom. It is a primitive symbolization. It's the symbol, in other words, of loss, of absence, of what is gone, what the child can't control. It's happening at the level of a game, and that is precisely what the symbolic is. It is, in particular, the rules of the game. It's the game as shored up by rules, which determine positions, which determine places. The game that Ernst is playing is the game of the symbolic. And it's a game determined by symbols, where things stand for other things. In this case, the spool stands for the mom. Now, what does the mother in this example symbolize? She symbolizes Ernst's pre-symbolic, baby-like existence, the world that is lost to him as soon as he enters the game of the symbolic. That's crucial here. To embrace the symbolization of the mother at the level of the spool is to embrace the symbol, the spool, as a prohibition, as a negation, as a no. And what it negates, what it prohibits, is the world in which mother would never leave child behind. The world of infancy, perhaps. If Ernst was just born, and the mom gave Ernst to his grandfather, Sigmund Freud, and said, "Here, take care of this baby," it wouldn't be impossible for Freud to do this. I did this with my little kid when she was first born. I can remember having a little eyedropper and feeding this little tiny baby every 3 hours for days and days and days after she was born. It can be done, but it would not have been easy. It would have been easier for Ernst to stay and perhaps nurse with his mom. Now, maybe that's what happened, but if it didn't happen, it'd be a real struggle. In the case of Ernst, by the time he shows up at his grandfather's house, he knows that that world of primitive, ceaseless connection, perhaps by umbilical cord, perhaps by breast to his mother, is gone. Okay, we've been talking about neurosis. Let's now talk about psychosis. Let's start once more on page 81. Notice in this paragraph that begins, I propose putting the problem in the following terms. Notice how Lacan articulates the situation here. I propose putting the problem in the following terms. Prior to all symbolization, this priority is not temporal but logical for reasons that I think you now understand. There is, as the psychoses demonstrate, a stage at which it is possible for a portion of symbolization not to take place. That portion of symbolization that does not take place in the case of the psychotic is the beyahun, the primitive affirmation that the symbolic order exists, and a more or less acceptance of this bigger, broader, englobing world of the symbolic. The neurotic, the typical person, accepts this. That's the portion of symbolization that takes place for the neurotic. They accept that there is this preceding, bigger world of society that is commanding them to find a place in its order. In the case of the psychotic, this portion of symbolization, this affirmation of the symbolic itself at the level of the beyahun, does not take place. This initial stage precedes the entire neurotic dialectic. This beyahun, this primitive affirmation of the symbolic order itself, precedes the entire neurotic dialectic, which is due to the fact that neurosis is articulated speech. Interesting. By the sheer fact that the neurotic tends to be a talker, we have some evidence that this primitive affirmation of the symbolic, this full embrace of language, with all of its rules and norms and codes of conduct, is present. Insofar as the repressed and the return of the oppressed are one and the same thing. Why are they one and the same thing? Because you can't have one without the other. You don't learn about repression until you see a return of the repressed. The return of the repressed symbolizes the repressed, and the repressed symbolizes some primordial event, some primal scene that disturbed you enough to cause a symbol of it to be repressed in the first place. So that's one way to think about this. It's a series of signifiers. So what is repressed is not the scene of trauma in its entirety, but a symbol of it. It can be the smell that you remember of burning rubber at the scene of the crime when the car accident took place. And anytime you smell burning rubber, you seem exceptionally disgusted. Nobody likes that smell, but you hate it. The signifier that is repressed here is the smell of burnt rubber. And anytime you smell burnt rubber, you vomit. I don't know, you feel disgusted. You get angry. I don't know what the case may be. That's a return of the repressed. The burnt rubber that you smell today is symbolic of the burnt rubber that you smelled back then, which is symbolic of the car accident that you experienced as very traumatic back then. You see what I'm saying? So you have a system of signifiers at work here, is Lacan's point. The repressed is a symbol of the event that was traumatic, and the return of the repressed is a symbol of that repressed symbol. That's the way to read this stuff. It can thus happen that something primordial regarding the subject's being does not enter into symbolization and is not repressed, but is instead rejected, foreclosed. This is the primitive mechanism for psychosis. The neurotic is somebody who accepts the symbolic order, may not agree with its placement in the symbolic order, but accepts that it is there, recognizes that if it's going to get what it wants to its minimum disadvantage, it has to manipulate the symbolic. It has to use language, a system not of its own creation. It has to embrace a castrated, alienated existence in order to get its needs met. The psychotic does not experience this original acceptance, even if only to later reject the symbolic order. Let's keep going here. We're on page 81, this great introductory paragraph that further confirms what Lacan is up to here, which is to separate neurosis from psychosis. Blast forward a little bit with me to page 87. The top paragraph that begins, it looks very much as if psychosis has no prehistory. However, it so happens that when, in exceptional circumstances that will have to be spelled out, something that has not been primitively symbolized appears in the external world, the subject finds himself absolutely unequipped, incapable of making Verneinung succeed in respect to this event. Negation, in other words. What then occurs has the characteristic of being totally excluded from the symbolizing compromise of neurosis. That's a really good expression here. The symbolizing compromise of neurosis. The neurotic or typical person has made a compromise. They're compromising their impulse to remain a crying, screaming, I want what I want when I want it baby. They've compromised and said, I'm going to try and use language to get those needs met. It's a symbolizing compromise, which is to be read here as a compromise with and within the symbolic. And this is typical of neurosis. What then occurs as the characteristic of being totally excluded from the symbolizing compromise of neurosis, and through a veritable chain reaction at the level of the imaginary, is translated into another register, that is, into the opposite diagonal of our little magic square. The little magic square, I believe, refers to schema L, but we don't need to mess with it right now. We're talking about how the psychotic operates here. Instead of experiencing language in the world of meaning at the level of the symbolic, as in the case of neurosis, the psychotic experiences language and meaning at the level of the imaginary. That's interesting. Both worlds intersect with the real. The symbolic and the real overlap, and so do the imaginary and the real. The symbolic-real intersection will be one occupied by the neurotic. The imaginary-real intersection, as we'll see, will be one occupied by the psychotic. A few lines down, 4 from where we just left, there's a phrase that comes up that I have to call your attention to. Lacan is talking about the psychotic and what they do. And notice what he says. The psychotic substitutes for symbolic mediation a profusion and imaginary proliferation. The neurotic person, the normal person, accepts a symbolic mediation. In other words, they accept that their needs, their impulses, their wants have to be mediated through language, have to be put into words. They have to come to terms with their impulses. That is a symbolic mediation, mediation through the field of language. Not so with the psychotic. They don't experience symbolic mediation. They experience imaginary proliferation, a profusion of images instead, also known as hallucinations, visual, auditory, and otherwise. Let's keep going and see what else we can learn about this. Page 88, the end of our reading assignment for now, but also the beginning of our discussion of psychosis. 5 lines down. What has emerged in the real, which for the subject represents something of himself that he has never symbolized. So there's an imaginary proliferation, hallucinations, but the psychotic experiences these as expressions of the real. That's what we're going to try and figure out next, this imaginary real slippage that goes on for the psychotic. Page 85, section 4. What is the psychotic phenomenon? It is the emergence in reality of an enormous meaning that has the appearance of being nothing at all, insofar as it cannot be tied to anything, since it has never entered into the system of symbolization. But under certain conditions, it can threaten the entire edifice. Now there's a lot here, and it'd be great for us to just sit down and unpack each phrase here. A better, more effective move for us at this point in the game is to continue working around through other passages to get some insight into what's going on here. The emergence in reality of an enormous meaning. Enormous meaning? Why is it huge? Why is this an enormous meaning? That has the appearance of being nothing at all. What does that mean? Which is to say, it can't be tied to anything. It appears to be emerging from nowhere and appearing as nothing at all, but yet has the meaning that is enormous, that is huge. This is the riddle that we're unwinding here of psychotic phenomenon. What is the psychotic phenomenon? Turn the page. Let's try 86. Ten lines down. Lacan discusses an eruption in the real of something that he has never known, a sudden emergence of a total strangeness that will progressively bring on a radical submersion of all his categories to the point of forcing him into a veritable reshaping of his world. An emergence in the real of something that we know as typical neurotic beings to be actually an imaginary construction. The psychotic believes that it's the world speaking to them and often through them, not that they are hallucinating. They don't think that their hallucination is an imaginary construction of their own making. They think it is an actual expression from the real. Or at least they're open to this. As we're going to see, this is also a site of great uncertainty for the psychotic. Let's keep reading. A few more lines down, starting with the paragraph, what happens then? What happens then when what is not symbolized reappears in the real? It wouldn't be useless here to bring forward the term defense. Clearly, what appears does so in the register of meaning, in the register of a meaning that comes from nowhere, and which refers to nothing, but is an essential meaning, one that concerns the subject, in this case, a psychotic subject. And now here we're in the thick of it. Everything at this point is still appearing to us more as a riddle than as any real clear indication of what psychosis is about. But don't forget, this seminar totals over 300 pages. We're only on page 86 here. And the whole seminar is dedicated to the psychoses. So we're just getting started still with this topic. A few more lines down, towards the bottom of page 86. There's our term for foreclosure, Verwerfung. Is not the same thing as Verneinung. Foreclosure is not at the same level as negation. When, at the beginning of a psychosis, the non-symbolized appears in the real. That's what we're talking about here. From the perspective of the psychotic, something non-symbolized, something that has never undergone symbolic processes, primitive, or otherwise, reappears in the real. That's what we're talking about here. Something that reappears at the level of the real. What could this possibly be? That's the next question that we want to address, or at least give us a sense of how the psychotic experiences this non-symbolized reappearance in the real. Check out page 75. Schreber, the madman. Page 75. Let's go down to the third full paragraph, the one that says reality is not the issue. Reality is not the issue for the psychotic. And reality and the real are not exactly the same things. Reality is not the issue for the psychotic when they experience this imaginary proliferation of phenomena that they believe to originate in the real. Not the symbolic, not the imaginary, but the real. That's the important part here. The hallucination of the psychotic is an imaginary construction of their own making that they nevertheless experience as an expression of the real. Reality is not the issue, Lacan says on page 75. The subject admits, by means of all the verbally expressed explanatory detours at his disposal, that these phenomena are of another order than the real. He is well aware that their reality is uncertain. He even admits their unreality up to a certain point. But, contrary to the normal subject, for whom reality is always in the right place, he is certain of something, which is that what is at issue, ranging from hallucination to interpretation, regards him. So this is important here. The neurotic person never questions reality. Typically, people don't question reality. What they question is the relevance of reality to themselves. They don't question what they see, they question its import for themselves. That's the neurotic person. They are certain of reality, but uncertain of its relation to them, hence being neurotic, anxious about things and the like. For the psychotic, it's just the opposite. They are uncertain of reality, but absolutely certain that it concerns them, that it is addressed to them. That's what Lacan is getting at here. The reality of the phenomena that the psychotic experiences is uncertain. And the psychotic even admits their unreality up to a certain point. Now what that means is that the psychotic knows, and maybe even is willing to admit, that what they see, you don't. The voice that they hear is also one that you can't hear. They get that. They understand that. And all that tells them is that they're not sure where the voice is coming from. It's coming from a reality beyond the one that you as a typical person are experiencing. Some other reality, the logistics of which the psychotic is uncertain. That's important here. They are uncertain of this other reality. They don't know where the voices are coming from. They know that you can't hear them, so they may even be willing to accept that they are not part of reality. In other words, they may be able to partially accept that they are hallucinations, or things that nobody else in reality can see and thus are disjointed from normal everyday life. That's the first part. The uncertain relationship between the hallucination and reality that the psychotic experiences. However, Lacan says on page 75, the psychotic is certain of something, which is that what is at issue in the hallucination regards him. This is crucial here. The neurotic is certain of reality, but uncertain of how it pertains to them. The psychotic is uncertain relative to reality, but absolutely, without a doubt, convinced that the voices they are hearing are addressed to them. The psychotic thinks that if you, the neurotic, can't hear the voices that they hear, it's because those voices are specifically, uniquely, and without a doubt addressed to them. The uncertainty of the hallucination relative to the shared reality that we all live in is proof to the psychotic that they are chosen, that the voices they hear are for them, specifically addressed to them. The neurotic doesn't say God speaks. The neurotic doesn't talk about God at all. The neurotic is not somebody who thinks God speaks to them. Not so with the psychotic. The psychotic thinks that God speaks, and more precisely, that God speaks to them. The psychotic knows that we can't hear the voices, but that only confirms the psychotic's experience that they are the chosen one. Paranoia is a kind of psychosis. The paranoid subject is someone who believes that a force bigger than them, a force that they can't identify, the NSA, the government, Colonel Sanders, the Queen of England, aliens, Barack Obama, QAnon, whatever the case may be. The paranoid subject is somebody who believes that there are mysterious, larger-than-life forces that are nevertheless precisely directed at them, out to get them in particular. That's how the psychotic feels. Yeah, you don't know who these mysterious conspiratorial forces are, but I know they're out there because they speak to me. So again, the basic line here is, for the neurotic subject, reality is certain to them. They feel pretty confident that what goes up must come down. The trees grow from the bottom up, and so forth. They're certain of reality. They're just unsure how they fit into it, hence the neurotic symptoms they experience. The psychotic, it's just the opposite. They are open to the unreality, the uncertainty of what they are hearing and experiencing and seeing at the level of the hallucination, at the level of their psychosis, at the level of the psychotic phenomena of their life. What they are certain of, though, is that those phenomena are addressed to them. For psychosis, it is the uncertainty of reality that confirms the certainty of address, personal address, that shores up their existence. Reading on page 75. Reality isn't at issue for him. Certainty is. Even when he experiences himself along the lines of saying that what he experiences is not of the order of reality, this does not affect his certainty that it concerns him. So the psychotic can admit that what they are experiencing, what they are seeing, what they are hearing, the voices in their head, are not of the order of reality. And at the very same time, and I would actually say precisely because they're not of the order of reality, they can hold fast and without changing their belief, their certainty that what they are hearing, seeing, and experiencing concerns them, which is to say, is addressed to them, is for them. The certainty is radical. The very nature of what is certain of can quite easily remain completely ambiguous, covering the entire range from malevolence to benevolence, but it means something unshakable for him. Unshakable certainty that what the psychotic is experiencing, whether it's real or not, and precisely because nobody knows for sure if it's real or not, is all the more for them. This is their unshakable certainty. This constitutes what is called, whether rightly or wrongly, the elementary phenomenon, or as a more developed phenomenon, delusional belief. What the psychotic tells themselves is something very simple. Since no one else around me can hear the voice, it must be specifically and uniquely addressed to me. The fact that you can't hear the voice is proof that it's speaking to me, that it has chosen me, that I am the chosen one. This is a type of psychotic experience that Lacan is very keen on sharing in this moment. 77, 75 pages in. One more riff on this, the top of page 77, and then we'll pause. I would go even further, Lacan says at the top of page 77. The delusional, which is a psychotic, as he climbs the scale of delusions, becomes increasingly sure of things that he regards as more and more unreal. So as the psychosis thickens, as the psychotic progresses, they become more and more certain that the voices are addressed to them, just as they become more and more uncertain of the reality, of the origin, of the source of these voices. Welcome back. It's been a few weeks, and with this new lecture, we'll wrap up the experiment that we've just been doing. Oh, you didn't know. You hadn't heard. The experiment was this. In our last lecture, we heard about, from page 75 or thereabouts, the certainty-uncertainty dialectic of the psychotic. And what was that again? You'll recall that the psychotic is uncertain of the reality of the voice that they hear in their head. What they are not uncertain of, though, in other words, what they don't doubt, what they are certain of, is that that voice pertains to them. They don't know where the voice in their head comes from, but they know that it is uniquely addressed to them. A point which is well proven by the fact that they can hear the voice, but you can't. The fact that you can't hear the voice in their head is not proof that the voice doesn't exist. It's proof that the voice uniquely pertains to them. So here's our experiment, which you didn't know you were in on, but here we are. You have now had a few weeks and a couple hundred pages of Lacan. Just you, by yourself. Granted, you have the student discussion forum, you have all these other opportunities to interact with folks about this book, but ultimately you have been left without a guide. Now, how has that felt? Have you had moments in reading this text where it feels like Lacan is uniquely speaking to you? Have you had moments in this text where it seems like he's not speaking to anybody? Maybe not even in English. Well, he was speaking in French, but the question of the reality of this text as it pertains to you is a question that also cuts to that central theme in this book, which is to reassert this. The neurotic, or the normal person for the most part, is somebody who never doubts reality. They don't walk around wondering if the tree is really there, if gravity will fail them. They're not concerned about that stuff. They are certain of reality. What the neurotic person is uncertain of is whether and to what extent, how that reality pertains to them. Hence, anxiety. They don't know how they're involved in your drama, but they sense that they are somehow. They know you're having an issue, but they don't know how they fit in. That's neurosis, or some variant thereof. Psychosis is something different. They are uncertain of reality. They don't know if gravity will fail them. They take each step, perhaps, feeling that it might be the last one in which gravity fully works. And so they cling extra hard to, chain link fences, guardrails. What they never doubt, though, is that whatever kind of weirdness they experience, and they know it's weird, they know at some level that they're going through something that you are not. They sense that. But whatever it is, it's for them. They're sure about that. Certainty of address. The world is weird. Reality is uncertain, but I'm damn sure it pertains to me alone, to me uniquely. I'm the chosen one, because only I can hear the voice of God. Colonel Sanders, the Queen of England, Barack Obama, aliens, QAnon, etc. The list goes on. Don't forget, if anxiety is a good example of neurosis, paranoia, anxiety's weird cousin, is a good example of psychosis. The paranoid is somebody who feels that a mysterious, larger-than-life force is out to get them, and them in particular. It's not the first major principle of psychosis that Lacan gives to us, but it's the first one I want to call your attention to as we jump back in with some additional lectures to round out this book after you've had plenty of time to receive guidance from me on the first 100 pages, to be alone with this text for the next 100 or 150 pages, and now to have me jump back in and get us through the end. We'll pick up there in a minute. Let's get back into this book. And let's begin to take some steps forward by taking some giant steps back. Page 81. Now, in my reading, I'm almost at page 300 now. But let's jump all the way back to 81. Because like most of these seminars, you never know where the big insight's going to pop up. Here, the big insight on page 81 starts about the middle of the page. I propose putting the problem in the following terms. Anytime Lacan comes out and gives you this kind of categorical, let's put it in the following terms, let's as follows, and he's about ready to spell something out for you. He knows that things get a little wild and meandering, and every now and again he probably senses something in the audience, like most speakers do, that he needs to stop for a minute and just categorically state what's going on. Page 81 gives us some of this. I propose putting the problem in the following terms. Prior to all symbolization, this priority is not temporal but logical. Now that's really important, but let's get through the sentence first and come back, because we've talked about this passage before. Prior to all symbolization, a priority that's not temporal but logical, there is, as the psychoses demonstrate, a stage at which it is possible for a portion of symbolization not to take place. So, we can, for purposes of understanding this passage, replace symbolization with language or language use. So prior to a child's beginning to use language, there is, if they're psychotic, a stage of language adaptation that has not taken place. So the question is, for the origin of psychosis, which is a very important topic for Lacan, and one that's really at the center of these lectures of his, is what is this prior stage that doesn't take place for the psychotic but does take place for us? What is this prior to all symbolization? Now, it's important that this is not a temporal priority but a logical one. Here we're not dealing with an actual developmental stage that a kid went through, more like something that is logically presupposed by the fact that most people speak regular English, regular language, the mother tongue, wherever they may be. It really doesn't matter what language they speak. It's the fact of language itself. And this prior stage, this logical priority, this a priori condition, precondition for using language is, at some sense, very simple. It is simply the acceptance of the existence of language. And it's an acceptance that is also an alienation, because you accept that everybody around you is using a medium, a language, speech, in a way that is foreign to you. You didn't invent this language. The words are all new to you. Little kids for a very long time, and if they're great kids, they'll turn into great adults that ask the very same question over and over again. What's that mean? What's that about? How often do you hear from a 6-year-old, what's that word mean? And then you explain it, which raises other words, and the kid says, well, what's that word mean? Every word is new to them, but it's not just new. Language, first and foremost, is experienced as an alien or a foreign agent, a foreign structure that the kid has to get used to. You'll recall when we talked about the difference between need and demand. A need is a biological, physical impulse. And when the kid doesn't have language, when it's a baby, it cries. It's just a raw expression of need. As the child gets older, though, need gives way to demand. Not that needs ever go away, but needs find expression in language, in symbolization. The kid learns that if it's going to have its needs met, it has to use the mother tongue, the tongue of the mother, the words that belong to the parents, in order to express their needs. A demand, which from the French would really be more like a request, but demand gets at it pretty well. A demand is a need expressed in language. But notice, in order for a child to take their felt need and put it into language, there has to be this prior acceptance. It's an acceptance of that language as the medium in which need will be expressed. This is that prior symbolization. This is that moment that Lacan calls Bejahung. A pure, primitive Bejahung, he calls it on page 82. This is a primitive symbolization that most of us go through. This point at which we accept that we are part of a world that is not of our own creation, that is beyond our control, certainly well beyond our mastery at the point at which we accept this. We accept that if we're going to get things done for ourselves in this world, we have to enter into an alien structure, language. We have to start speaking and acting in ways that are foreign to us. We have to give up on doing things exactly as we want and now start doing them the way our parents or primary caregivers want, our teachers want, our peers want. That stage in Lacanian psychoanalysis is referred to as castration. Alienation is a good word for it too. It's this primitive acceptance that if we're going to get anything done for ourselves in this world, we have to use tools not of our own making. In order to make something of this life, we have to use tools that are not of our own making. That process is called castration. Not because anybody is physically operating on your swimsuit zone. It's because you give something up. You give up the previous existence you had where you just did whatever you wanted. When you needed to go to the bathroom, you simply peed or pooped, hence the diapers you were wearing. When you were hungry, you didn't wait for dinner to be served. You just started crying, and you cried until somebody brought you some food. Same with when you were cold, when you were uncomfortable, when you were tired. There was no perseverance. And that's what little kids learn. School teachers talk about this. Your daughter's doing great. She has excellent perseverance. She's a resilient kid. She's patient. All of these skills, patience is a virtue, we hear. The reason why it is because originally we didn't have none. Originally, we just acted on our impulses. That kind of patience, that willingness to wait, Freud is going to call that the reality principle. The reality principle marks the human being's ability to wait. The willingness to wait, the ability to wait, presupposes the acceptance that there are other people and other forces in the world that are not yours. In other words, that the world does not revolve around you. And that's part of what castration gets at a very fundamental level. You recognize that the basic medium in which you're going to get things for yourself, food, clothing, shelter, and the like, the medium in which you're able to secure those elements is not of your own creation. It's foreign, it's alien, and it's called language. This is what's happening prior to all symbolization. We don't say it's temporal because the child doesn't sit down and be like, okay, I've got a choice to make. I can either accept language or not. What am I going to do? What's my opportunity here? What do I do? And that's not what happens. It's logical because in order to start using language, you have to, at some basic level, accept its existence. Now, if we're going to sub out language here with another word, which is very easy to do, we can call it the symbolic. The symbolic is what we're talking about here. In order to enter into it and to start using symbols, in order to start using language, there's a prior acceptance of the symbolic's existence. This is that term bejahung that we see on 82, a term that's been popping up very early in the book, bejahung, a primitive symbolization. Now, and this is exactly what does not happen in the case of the psychotic. The psychotic does not accept, maybe doesn't even get the opportunity to accept their own castration. They reject it. They don't accept that there is a force outside them that they have to fit into. You see, that's what happens. When Heidegger says language is the house of being, he means many things. But one way to read that is language is the place where we call home. It's where we inhabit. It's where we become ourselves. It's where we find our place. Language at this level is a structure like a house that you enter into. You enter into this structure and you find yourself there. You find your place at the table in the house. This is what the symbolic provides to the neurotic subject. A space in which to belong, a sense of positioning. We talk about it now in terms of positionality, but the same principle applies here. Language provides a structure or a container into which a previously deranged, running around, crying person can now find an identity. The psychotic missed that opening. Something happened, something went down where this prior symbolic activity of accepting the symbolic as a container did not occur. On page 81, we read on. This initial stage precedes the entire neurotic dialectic, because the neurotic is somebody who actually did accept their castration, their alienation, which is due to the fact that neurosis is articulated speech. Neurotics talk a lot. Insofar as the repressed and the return of the repressed are one and the same thing. It can thus happen that something primordial regarding the subject's being does not enter into symbolization and is not repressed but rejected. This is another key point, and the final key point in this little mini lecture to note. In the case of the neurotic, they accept their alienation in language, and then they repress that experience. They repress castration. They undergo it, and then they promptly push it to the side and try to forget that it ever happened. And suddenly they try and own language. They want to be in charge of language. They forget that it's the container in which they are aliens, and instead try and occupy it in a way that makes them seem like they're in control. The neurotic represses bejahung. They undergo it. They have that primitive symbolization, and then they repress that experience. The psychotic does not repress because they're unable to symbolize. What's repressed is a symbol of some experience you've had. Remember, it's not the car crash itself that you repress. It's some symbolic aspect of that car crash, the feel of the fabric on your skin that you were wearing that day. Some symbol of the car crash gets repressed. Not so in the case of the psychotic. They've not undergone the symbolic. They've not accepted symbolization as their Lord and Savior. They've rejected that. So the move here is not repression, that's the case of the neurotic, but rejection. Verwerfung. That is what the psychotic undergoes. They reject their castration. They refuse their alienation. This primitive Bejahung that the neurotic undergoes and then represses, the psychotic refuses to accept undergoing in the first place. They don't accept it and then move on. They reject it and then move on. And what follows in the case of the psychotic all flows from this primitive rejection. This primitive rejection of what on the next page Lacan defines as Bejahung, which you can look up in the Dylan Evans Dictionary. At the level of this pure primitive Bejahung, which may or may not take place, it does in the case of the neurotic, it doesn't in the case of the psychotic. An initial dichotomy is established. What has been subject to Bejahung, to primitive symbolization, will have various destinies. What has come under the influence of primitive Verwerfung, here we're talking about rejection, will have another. Let's pause there. Okay, we've just been talking about this rejection of the primitive signifier, this rejection of what Lacan calls Bejahung on page 82 and earlier on in the text here. Let's blast forward to page 149. This is where we see this theme pop up again. And anytime we see a theme recurring in a Lacanian text, we pay attention to it. Page 149, more or less at the top of the page, which begins, "Since this level leaves you somewhat confused, I will put things to you dogmatically, which I detest doing. You know my style is dialectical." So here again is one of those moments where Lacan says, I can tell that everybody here is confused, so let me put things dogmatically, categorically. Let me put things in a way that is very clear. Here we go. Before a child can learn to articulate language, in other words, to use words, to speak, we have to assume that signifiers, which are already of the symbolic order, have appeared. Signifiers here you can just think of as words, or anything that carries meaning, that signals meaning. Think about it as a signal, that might be even better. Signifiers, which already are of the symbolic order, have appeared. Before the kid starts speaking, they are in a world of words. Before the kid starts using words, they are surrounded by them. They hear the primary caregiver using words, saying things, and they can visually and auditorily see and hear other people responding. They don't know what the words mean, but they recognize that there's some order of significance happening here. Now, let's back up a second. We're trying to get at what Lacan refers to as Bejahung. Notice how he puts it here. Before a child can learn to articulate language, before this can occur, we have to assume or presuppose that signifiers are already of the symbolic order, have appeared. When I speak of a primitive appearance of the signifier, Bejahung, this is something that already implies language. Language has to be there, in place, in order for the parents to start using the words that are occurring before the child starts to use those words. You see what I mean? So when the child starts to speak, we assume that they learn to speak by hearing others speak, which happened presumably before they started to speak, of course. Logically, that makes sense. And in order for the adults to be able to speak in a way that could teach the child how to speak eventually, we have to presuppose something else, namely the existence of a language. So here it is. Because the child can speak, we assume that it has been in a world where they have heard others speak first. And because there's a world presupposed where others are speaking in order to teach the child how to speak, we also have to presume that these others live in a world that has a language prior to their arrival in existence. Languages evolve, but none have ever been invented to coincide with the birth of a single person. Languages are there before the speakers arrive. That's this primitive appearance of the signifier. This is something that already implies language. So here it is one more time. If a little kid can speak, it's because they heard others doing that before they started speaking. And if others could speak in ways that would instruct the child in their own language use, we have to presume that they were speaking a language, that a language preceded them. Not necessarily temporally, although that makes sense. We're just thinking logically here. By the sheer fact of a child speaking, we can presuppose these other two elements, namely that they were in a world where others spoke and that the others were using a language that pre-existed them. This is what he means by something that already implies language. All this does is link up with the emergence of this being that is nowhere, the day. This is just a weird example he keeps using. The day. Now let's see if we can be more precise about what it is that the child rejects in order to form psychosis. Page 150. About midway down the page. What is at issue when I speak of Verwerfung? This is that term that means rejection, refusal, foreclosure. At issue is the rejection of a primordial signifier into the outer shadows, a signifier that will henceforth be missing at this level. Now, what is this primordial signifier? I want to give you two definitions of this, one of which we can start to talk about now, the other will take a second for us to get into. The primordial signifier, this original symbol, what does it signal? What does it signify? What does it symbolize? First and foremost, it symbolizes nothing more and nothing less than the existence of symbolization itself. The primordial signifier signifies signification. We can put it that way. The primordial signifier, first and foremost, signifies that signification is occurring. The first word is the word that demonstrates that language exists. It signals the very fact of language. And that's what Lacan is getting at here with this primordial mythic signifier. It's first and foremost the signifier that signals to the child that language is in place. It doesn't matter what the word is. Seriously, literally, it doesn't matter what the word is. It matters that it's a word and that the child recognizes that it plugs into a system that is alien to them, foreign to them, a system known as language. That's the thing here. The primordial signifier is one that tells you that signification is an element. And this is what the psychotic subject rejects. A primordial signifier that signals that there's some signaling apparatus at work. Normal people, and I use the term normal here to indicate not what should be, but what usually occurs. Normal here just means usually, more often than not. The neurotic person is a normal person. More often than not, what happens is the child hears words, whatever those words are, and starts wondering what they refer to. One primary caregiver says this, and then another primary caregiver responds or seems to respond. They seem to be taking turns using words. One says one thing, the other says the other. The child doesn't know what these words mean. Remember this. The signifiers that the child first encounters, they have no meaning. They don't mean anything. The only thing they signify is the fact that somebody's doing something, using something that the child doesn't yet understand. They signify only the fact that signification is occurring. The child's first word that they hear may be honey. They don't know what that word means initially. All they know is they heard something. And then somebody else says, yes. They don't know what yes means either, but they recognize that there's some sort of a connection between what one person did and another person did. There's something that connects them. They seem to be using voices in certain ways. It's at this level that he's trying to get at, this primitive appearance of the signifier. So the primordial signifier is first and foremost a signal to the child that language exists as a force, an energy, a structure that is not of their own making, well beyond their control. They certainly can't use it, and certainly even past their understanding. Page 151. Lacan's going to give it another try. What does primordial signifier mean? He asks on 151. It's clear that it quite precisely means nothing. Now, anytime he says nothing, it's important. He doesn't just mean nothing in the sense of not something, the opposite of everything and so forth. He also means to think nothing as no thing, a no thing, a thing that is created by the signifier no, which we'll come to in a moment. But for right now, just note, the primordial signifier means nothing. It doesn't mean. It actually doesn't signify. The primordial signifier is not a word that you can look up in the dictionary. It's your understanding that a dictionary exists. It's not a word in the dictionary. It's the existence of dictionaries and your relationship to them. That's the primordial signifier. It doesn't mean anything, or in other words, it means nothing. We're going to come back to that nothing in a little while. What I'm explaining to you here has all the characteristics of the myth that I was tempted to mention on that occasion that Monsieur Marcel Griel recounted to you last year, namely the division into our 4 primitive placenta. The first was the fox, who, tearing out his portion of the placenta, introduced an imbalance from which there stemmed a cycle that would involve the division of the fields, the bonds of kinship, etc. He's just saying, here's another myth. But the myth he's talking about, that Lacan's talking about, comes next on page 151. What I'm recounting to you is also a myth. For I in no way believe that there is anywhere at all a moment, a stage at which the subject first acquires the primitive signifier, that subsequently the play of meanings is introduced, and that after that signifier and signified have linking arms. We then enter the domain of discourse. What he's telling you is that this is not something that actually a child goes through, where first they acquire the primitive signifier. Here's the primitive signifier, child. Now you have that. Next, you're going to enter the play of meanings. Now you can understand that here are other signifiers that have meanings. And then you can understand that signifier and signified, word and meaning or concept, have linking arms. And then finally you'll be able to speak. It's not this like step-by-step process. In fact, the linearity, the chronological linearity implied by his myth, where stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, is not even how he gets at it. Recall, the logic he's using here is not temporal, but logical. The priority that he's working with, the fact that the child speaks, is not a temporal one. The closest it comes to being temporal is to say that it's a retrospective logic. By the fact that the child speaks, we can presume 3 or 4 other things. In other words, Lacan is not thinking from the beginning forward. He's thinking from the existence of language being spoken by a child and thinking backwards from there. Retrospectively, what needs to have occurred in order for us to make sense of and account for the fact that this child is speaking. And what I want to just note to you, because some of you are wondering where we're headed with all this, this is the basic structure of what we call critical thought. This is what critique looks like. When Immanuel Kant invents this genre of thought called critique, and it was invented, It didn't always exist. Critique as a way of being in the world is only a few hundred years old. It's from about the 1780s forward. Critique was fundamentally about asking questions of priority. Priority because they're important, but also priority because they ask what needs to have occurred in order for this thing to have happened. So you start from the fact that something exists, and then you have to ask yourself, what do I need to presuppose in order to account for the existence of this thing? Somebody has a ton of money. How did they get it? Critique is one of the ways that you can get at an answer to that question. You take something that exists and you ask, what has to have happened in order for this thing to exist? So if you see somebody with a child, you might presuppose that they have had sex before. Accurately or inaccurately, that's a presupposition. You presuppose that because they're with a child, that child must be theirs. You presuppose that that child must have been biologically theirs. You presuppose even sometimes a natural birth, where this person gave birth to this one. And you presuppose, as a matter of fact, that that person who gave birth to the little person was first engaged in a sexual act with another person that resulted in impregnation. All of that goes into just seeing someone with a kid. You presuppose all this stuff. We call these sometimes assumptions. A lot of times they're incorrect. Stereotypes work on this way. Critique, though, is about digging into those assumptions, the presuppositions, the assumptions that we make in order to account for why something is the way it is. What brought us to this point? What needs to have happened in order for me to make sense of seeing this person with a child? When we start asking these questions, what did I presuppose when I asked the lady what her kid's name was? What's your child's name? Think of all the presuppositions that go into that, because she could have responded and said, this isn't my kid. I'm actually just a friend taking this kid to school for my other friend. I don't even know this kid. This kid just showed up. I'm just trying to figure out what to do with it. You want a kid? You don't know what they're going to say, but you presume that this is the biological mother of this child, who's also not a virgin because she somehow had to have had sex. But, she could also be like, hi, I'm psychotic and God impregnated me. Immaculate conception, and this is the result. Here's your Lord and Savior, this little kid. Who knows? Critique is there to help you be mindful of the presuppositions that you bring to any given experience. What Lacan is doing right now is giving you a great example of critical thought in action. Don't forget that. Let's get back to the symbolic. The bejahung, the acceptance of a primordial signifier. This primordial signifier signifies nothing except the existence of signification, the fact that language exists. You don't know what the word means. It doesn't carry meaning. All it tells you is that there is a world of words surrounding you. Now, surrounding you is important here because part of what you accept when you accept the primitive signifier is you accept that there is a structuring force known as language, the symbolic, society, law, that is not of your own creation, but into which you must fit. And I say must here very carefully because it feels like a commandment. You can either start using your words, the parent or primary caregiver would tell the child, or you can not get what you want. So the child wants something, doesn't get it, starts crying. And the parent says, I don't understand you when you're crying. I can't help you when you're crying. Take a deep breath, use your words, and tell me what you want. The child starts to hear these things over and over again and comes to the conclusion that unless I use this damn foreign language, I'm not going to get what I want. And whenever I do use the language, whenever I do play by the rules, I get rewarded. So think potty training. Initially, the child just poops and pees whenever and wherever they feel like it. Potty training comes about when the primary caregiver or somebody else starts to tell the kid, hey, there's an appropriate time to do that and an appropriate place to do that. And the kid is like, initially, who wouldn't? Be like, I'm not going to do that. Try teaching that to your dog. They kind of know it. But ultimately, they know that when they're outside, they can poop or pee just about anywhere. And if something needs to happen, you'll take care of it. If they poop, no matter where, on the sidewalk, on the grass, wherever, you're going to pick it up. Now, some dogs can be even better trained than that and all this kind of stuff. But for the most part, potty training is about accepting that there are proper and improper places to go to the bathroom. That is primarily what the neurotic subject accepts. They accept that there is a world that has rules in it, a language that has words that must be used in a particular way in order to get what they want. Earlier on in this seminar, Lacan talks about this in terms of full speech. You are my husband, which in turn positions you and me into some sort of a relationship. The first and foremost function of language, of the symbolic for Lacan, is as a positioning agent. It's a structure into which the person who accepts its existence is positioned. That remains throughout this seminar and throughout Lacan's work on the symbolic. The symbolic is always, first and foremost, a positioning structure. It puts you in your place. Which brings us to another element of this primitive signification, this acceptance of the primordial signifier that the psychotic rejects. To be put in one's place, to allow the symbolic to put you in your place, to help position you in the world as, for instance, a little boy or a little girl. Think about it. You're born, you're brought home, and the primary caregivers have already painted your room pink. They've already purchased a bunch of dresses for you. They're already trying to fit you into a world. That's real. That's the symbolic at work. Notice, even before they met you, even before you were born, before you had even entered the world as an independent being, the world was ready to receive you, ready with your place, ready to put you in your place. That's this symbolic enterprise. The reason why the psychotic person is kind of cuckoo is because they've never been put in their place. They've rejected the structure that would have helped them find their place, find their position, a position that helps them make sense of their world. Like it or not, being positioned or placed as a little girl, it brings with it a whole narrative that you can accept and allow it to structure your life. You can reject and still allow it to structure your life. But it brings with it a narrative, a coherence. It puts you in your place, contains you, gives you a sense of stability, structure, ballast. That's the fundamental role of the symbolic. First and foremost is its structuring. It helps you find your place in the world. But remember, I put it differently. It puts you in your place. No matter what the first word you heard was, it was always the same word. And this is where things are going to get tricky. That word was no. No in the sense of thou shalt not. Because in order to accept the symbolic as a structuring force, a force that gives you identity and helps shape the meaning of your life, you have to first experience it as a constraint, as a prohibition. What does it prohibit? Very simply, the symbolic prohibits life without the symbolic. That is what you encounter first and foremost. The first word is always no. Thou shalt not. Thou shalt not what? Thou shalt not continue living as though there's no symbolic. This is tricky. The first word is no. It is a prohibition. And it is a prohibition against living life as though there were no words. So when the child starts their life as a subject of pure need, they experience something amiss and they cry. And ideally, a primary caregiver shows up and helps resolve the matter. As time goes on, we know that primary caregivers start telling their children, you need to start using words. I don't understand you when you cry. And the child learns to take their needs and mediate them through language. In other words, to transform their needs into demands. Now, that is an enabling technique, because by doing this, the child is able to get what they want, to get their needs met by using language. It allows them to get something done. But notice this, it is also an acceptance of prohibition, of castration, an acceptance that they can't do it any other way anymore, that it's not okay for them to cry and expect to get what they want. So you can see this in children who have a really hard time with potty training, sometimes up into their teenage years, where they will get really excited or really stressed out and they'll accidentally poop their pants. Accidentally. They act out in these very interesting ways, troubling ways. It shows them bumping up against the basic prohibition that the symbolic brings with it. The first word is no, thou shalt not. And what it says is, thou shalt not continue pooping your pants whenever you want. So it's a big deal when you do that, past the point at which you have otherwise accepted castration, accepted that you have to use this foreign language, this foreign tool in order to get what you want. Castration, prohibition, no. These are all fundamental constraints. It feels like you have to give something up in order to get something on the back end. In order to get what you want in a world of language, you have to give up on trying to get what you want without words. You have to give up on the world you presumably had before. I say presumably because it's only in a world of language that we have enough meaning in place for us to make sense of something like a lost world of pure need. The Garden of Eden doesn't exist. It never existed by this logic. It's only when Adam and Eve have been ejected from the Garden of Eden that anything like the Garden of Eden emerges as a fantasy, as a lost paradise. Paradise never exists except as lost. It's always gone in this regard. The kind of Edenic wholeness and bliss that we presume the baby has, that Adam and Eve had in the Garden of Eden, that only exists in hindsight, retrospectively. We presume its existence by the fact that we live in a world that's not like that. We don't live in Eden, which is how we can keep dreaming about it. Now you're starting to think like a Lacanian. This is how Lacan thinks here. So the symbolic is first and foremost a positioning agent, a structure that puts you in your place. But in putting you in your place, it also forces you to give up something. It forces you to accept as the primordial signifier, no. That's why when Lacan says, what does the primordial signifier signify? What does it mean? It means nothing. On the one hand, what he's saying is that it has no meaning because all it points to is a world of meaning into which you're supposed to fit. On the other hand, what he's saying is when he says it means nothing, that it signifies nothing, is that it points to the fundamental no thing, the thing that is made out of the signifier no, the thing known as prohibition, the thou shalt not. That is the no thing, N-O-thing, that is implicit whenever he uses the word nothing. Nothing is always also a no thing. So first and foremost, though, we have symbolic as positioning. It puts you in your place. But that putting in your place is also functioning as a prohibition of sorts, because it now prohibits you from ever being out of place. That now becomes a source of tension. Are you in your place or are you out of place? This is all throughout the book. I'll just call your attention almost at random to a passage on page 179, about middle of the page. The symbolic provides a form into which the subject is inserted at the level of his being. It's on the basis of the signifier that the subject recognizes himself as being this or that, girl or boy. The chain of signifiers has a fundamental explanatory value. The very notion of causality is nothing else. So the symbolic is a form. It's a great way to start thinking about this, and a term that's going to come up for him again and again, because it's fundamentally empty, as we'll see. It's a form into which the subject is inserted. And the signifiers that the subject encounters when they're inserted into this form allow the subject to recognize themselves as being this or that. Even this book, even this passage, even this sentence, it's on the basis of the signifier that the subject recognizes himself as being this or that. Oh, I see. So even just in reading this passage, Lacan has used not themselves, but himself. This is a gendered sentence, and it presumes and positions you as someone who responds to the him, he, his pronominal construction. Notice that. All language is always doing the same thing. It is putting you in your place. The chain of signifiers in which the subject recognizes themselves as a himself or a herself. It doesn't have to be words. It can be the color of the paint on the wall in your bedroom. It can be the fabrics and the clothings that are in the dresser drawer of the bedroom. These are all signifiers that help you recognize yourself as being this or that, a boy or a girl. This is the first and foremost rule of the symbolic. It puts you in your place. But in so doing, it also tells you you are in this place, which means you can't be in that one. Your room is painted pink, so it's messed up that you want to dress like a boy. In other words, it brings with it not just containment and structure and security. It also brings with it prohibition, constraint, alienation. It puts you in your place, but what if that place doesn't feel like it's yours? We'll pause there and continue in a minute. To review what we're up to here. Page 151. What does the primordial signifier mean? It's clear that it quite precisely means nothing. Now you are aware of what he's after here. Nothing and no thing. Page 185, toward the bottom, just above the number 2. Every real signifier is as such a signifier that signifies nothing. Nothing. Fundamentally important core concept in Lacanian psychoanalysis, and all too often one that's misunderstood. It's tempting and very illuminating to understand nothing in terms of set theory, which we haven't talked much about, and that's just fine. It starts to pop up in here when Lacan refers to the symbolic as a set, on page 183, for instance. A set, a container, a form, a structure, an empty bag, as you'll hear him talk up in Seminar 24. And that's common in set theory. It's an example of a set, or an empty set is like a bag, an empty bag. So he is thinking mathematically here. He is thinking towards topology, as he will in later seminars. But right now in Seminar 3, at the very start of this process, a decade or so before he even gets to that point, he's still thinking in terms of language. And language he's thinking of as a structure, a structure that puts you in your place, that positions you in the world, that provides you with, surrounds you with meaning. But first and foremost, your first interaction with the symbolic is not as a positioning force, but as a prohibiting force, one that tells you you're about to be positioned. If you accept this, as most people do and become neurotic, if you accept this, you're going to have to give something up. Thou shalt no longer live without the symbolic. You will always know your place, even when you reject it. Page 250 really starts getting into language as a form, as a structure, the symbolic as a container into which the subject fits. Page 250. Toward the bottom, the nucleus of psychosis. The nucleus of psychosis has to be linked to a relationship between the subject and the signifier in its most formal dimension. That formal dimension that connects the subject and the signifier, the speaker and the word, is a relationship. The formal dimension is a relationship. It's a relationality, a positionality that comes. Whatever the word means, the fact that you're using it shows that you are positioned in a symbolic system. Regardless of the words you're using, the very fact that you are using words shows that you are positioned and positioning within a symbolic structure. That's this formal dimension that he's getting at here. In its dimension as a pure signifier. Pure because it is empty. It is strictly formal. It is a form without content. See what he's getting at here? The primordial signifier signifies nothing. It means nothing because it is a form without content. It is a form that points to sheer formality itself. The pure primordial signifier that the psychotic rejects and the neurotic accepts is a signifier that shows that something like signification as a formative form into which you can fit apparatus exists. That is this pure signifier. And that everything constructed around this consists only of effective reactions to the primary phenomenon, the relationship to the signifier. So what's fundamentally signified by the pure signifier, the primordial signifier, is the subject's relationship to the signifier. Now, that is a really tricky thing to wrap your head around. But just think of it this way. Before the child knew the meaning of the words they were hearing words. Before they knew the meaning of the one signifier that they associate most intensely with, their first name, they were hearing it again and again and again addressed to them. And what the parent said, what the primary caregiver did when they used your first name to address you as a child was not tell you what it means, tell you what you mean, but introduce you to meaning itself. At the level of a relationship, what that word communicated to you, if it communicated anything, was the feeling of care, the feeling of being cared for, or maybe the feeling of being in trouble. Every time you heard your name, it was like first and middle name, and you only felt like people used it when you were in trouble. Regardless, though, it signaled your relationship to society, to a system of rules, to a human being who already knows that system, a primary caregiver. The word doesn't mean anything. The only thing that the signifier signifies at this pure preliminary primordial state is that you, from this day forward, are going to have a relationship with signifiers. It's a strictly formal, connective, relational function. The function of the signifier at this level is strictly formative. Now, what happens when you accept this. When you accept your placement in a world not of your own creation. At the level of language. It's simple, Lacan says at the top of page 250, last line in that paragraph, at the top of 250. If the neurotic inhabits language, the psychotic is inhabited, possessed by language. The neurotic finds themselves in language. They inhabit language. Language becomes the house of their little b being. Language becomes their home. They inhabit language. They accept it as their Lord and Savior, and it welcomes them into itself. Language, society, the symbolic, law and order. The neurotic is somebody who has found their place in that system and accepted it. The psychotic, though, has rejected this. What the psychotic rejects is the positioning authority of language. What they fundamentally reject is the authority of the symbolic to put them in their place. They refuse to allow that to be a part of their existence. Which is why Lacan keeps coming back to that passage from Freud, where Freud says the subject didn't want to know anything about castration, not even at the level of repression. What the psychotic rejects fundamentally are the constraints that language would impose upon them. And as a result, they also reject the positioning authority of language, of society. They never find their place. But notice what happens here. This is Lacan's wager. The neurotic accepts language. They go through Beyahun. They experience castration and alienation. They repress that experience as a symbolic activity, repression. And they get on with their lives as proper ladies and gentlemen. The psychotic, though, rejects that Beyahun. They do not accept the primitive symbolic structuring aspect of life. But notice what happens. The neurotic, as a result, is allowed to inhabit language. But the psychotic, however, is inhabited, possessed by language. So because the psychotic always remains exterior to language, language always remains a threat, something that can intrude upon the psychotic's existence. This is a big turning point in Lacan's thought here. Because the neurotic accepts language and language accepts the neurotic, allowing them to enter it and to find their place there, they're good to go. The psychotic, however, because they reject language as a structuring, positioning force, language always remains external to them, as something that can threaten them, that can enter them. They're constantly being inhabited by the home in which they refused to find themselves. They don't enter the house enters them. They don't inhabit language. Language comes to inhabit them. It possesses them. It takes them over. And it's not too far of a step from here to get to Lacan's basic wager of analyzing psychosis, of diagnosing psychosis. He says you will always see it emerging at the level of linguistic disturbances. It's at the level of disturbed language use, weird uses of words, strangeness at the level of language, that you start to see signs of psychosis. Because the psychotic's relationship to language is fundamental. It has a screwed up relationship to language, abnormal relative to what usually happens. And that's how you can start to detect it. You can detect psychosis at the level of linguistic disturbance because the psychotic has an original, basic, fundamental, maladaptive relationship to language. It did not accept language. The psychotic did not accept language. It rejected language as a structuring, placing force. And as a result, language is always out there, operating on, entering into the psychotic's life. If the neurotic inhabits language, the psychotic is inhabited, possessed by language. because the psychotic's relationship to language is one of rejection, not acceptance. And language never lets the psychotic forget that. Welcome back. So we've been talking about the primitive signifier and the experience that we go through when we accept it or when we reject it. I want to call your attention to a really helpful passage, 255. Opposed to this from the outset is a side of the signifier that is given to us for its qualities. I'm here at the bottom of 255. Its particular density. And now here's the important part. Not for its meaning, but for its meaningfulness. Not for what it means, but for the fact that it is meaningful. It's an interesting distinction. The signified is empty. The signifier is retained for its purely formal properties, which are used, for example, to form series. This is the language of the birds from the sky, the discourse of the young girls, which Schreber grants the privilege of being without meaning. The register in which the onset of psychosis is played out is located between these two poles. The word of revelation, which opens up a new dimension and gives the feeling of ineffable understanding, which corresponds to nothing previously experienced, on the one hand, and on the other hand, the refrain, the same old song, chatter. This is a very interesting passage here. There's a lot going on in this moment. He's reading Schreber's memoirs. He's realizing that Schreber is noticing something that's happening linguistically at the level of bird call, at the level of the discourse of the young girls. Something that may be understood by all of us as chatter, as nonsense, as gibberish, as Twitter, bird song. But for Lacan here is noticing something very profound for the psychotic. Just want to call your attention to that very briefly. So the primordial signifier, it signifies nothing in the sense that it doesn't carry meaning. All it does is introduce you to the world of meaningfulness. It introduces you to the world of meaning. It doesn't mean anything on its own. I also have told you very carefully that the primordial signifier, if regardless of what the word literally was, it is heard as a no, as a prohibition. It is not just that the primordial signifier signifies nothing. It's that it precisely signifies the no thing, a prohibition, that you either have to accept in order to become neurotic or reject in order to become psychotic. Let's talk a little bit more about this no thing, this prohibition. I say prohibition here because you have to recall, when the child first starts using language to express their needs in words, in other words, as demands, that feels like a constraint. It's a chore. Potty training is a task that primary caregivers often struggle with. It's a task for the child too, because you're basically asking the child to give up on a previous way of being, pooping and peeing whenever they wanted to. And now you're going to constrain that practice. You're going to ask them to constrain themselves. You're going to force them to constrain themselves, to hold it until they can get to a toilet, for instance. That is a constraint. It feels like a prohibition. And it is. You're saying thou shalt not poop and pee wherever and whenever you want. That is a no. No more peeing in your pants. No more pooping in your pants. And so on and so forth. My point here is that to civilize a child is to constrain a child. That's what it feels like. That's why I'm using the term prohibition. That's why Lacan uses the term castration. That's why the no thing is always implicit in this nothing that the primordial signifier signifies. Because what it signifies is you're about to be dropped into a world, not of your own creation, with lots of constraints. It'll give you structure. It'll help you feel at home if you accept your place in it. But it will also take away some things. You will experience subtraction because you will have to give up on this previous state of pooping and peeing, for instance, wherever you wanted to. Let's talk a little bit more about this no thing. A great clue comes to us on page 96. Remember, oftentimes we have to take a couple steps back in order to take some forward. The Oedipus complex, page 96, this paragraph begins the Oedipus complex, means that the imaginary, in itself an incestuous and conflictual relation, is doomed to conflict and ruin. Not so important for our purposes, but now that you've got the place, let's get into it. In order for the human being to be able to establish the most natural of relations, that between male and female, so this is assuming like a heteronormative system, a third party has to intervene. One that is the image of something successful, the model of some harmony. This does not go far enough. There has to be a law, a chain, a symbolic order, the intervention of the order of speech, that is, of the father. Not the natural father, but what is called the father. The order that prevents the collision and explosion of the situation as a whole is founded on the existence of this name of the father. Okay, so let's be clear. In order for you to find your place in the symbolic, let's say as a male or a female, or a male in relation to females, or a female in relation to male. So just assume that there's all this boy-girl stuff happening, because we know that's true. Whether we like it or not, that's usually how it sets up. In order for this to happen, in order for you to find your spot in the symbolic as a boy or a girl, and in order to have relationships with boys and or girls, a third party has to intervene. In between you and every relationship you have with another, there will be a third party. One that is the image of something successful, the model of some harmony. But this doesn't go far enough, Lacan says. This third party is a law, a chain, a symbolic order. What he's getting at here is that in order for you to be in contact with a male or a female, you have to presume a structure in which that contact can be established, maintained, undermined, and so on and so forth. That structuring force is the law, is the symbolic, is the world of signifiers, is language. That's what we're talking about here. And what Lacan wants to do is put his finger on it, or at least point out its finger. He calls this element the father. This is a next level understanding of what he's doing with the symbolic and the primordial signifier as a signifier of nothing, of the no thing. Now, when he says father, notice, he's not talking about the natural father. This ain't about your dad. This is not a biological being. You don't have to have a penis in order to be the father. In fact, that's not how it works at all. What is called the father, not your biological dad, not even the dad who raised you. It's not about that at all. It's unfortunate that he actually uses the term father here because it's really misleading. The order that prevents the collision and explosion of the situation as a whole is founded on the existence of this name of the father. The name of the father. Now, one way to think about this is in terms of your last name, which you probably inherited from your bio dad. But that's not always the case, and it's increasingly it's not becoming the case. But that's one way to think about this. The name of the father is your surname, is your last name, that you inherited from somebody else that puts you in a certain lineage and so forth. I would say think about it differently, though, because in French, name of the father sounds exactly like know of the father. The nom of the father, the name of the father, cannot be auditorily distinguished from the nom of the father, the know of the father. Whatever the father is in your life, its function is prohibitive. It is the no-sayer. The father is not a yes man. He's a no-sayer. The name of the Father is always the know of the Father. The nom of the Father is always the nom of the Father. And that's a really important part of what's happening here. Some sort of a third element has to enter into this process of being fit into the symbolic. Some agent of castration has to emerge in order for castration to occur. There has to be an agent of alienation in order to allow alienation to occur. And this agent is oftentimes a biological being, but the fundamental authority, the movement that is created here is at the level of the name, the word, and that word was no. Somebody's going to say it in more or less words to you when you're coming up. What matters is not who says it. It can be a mommy, it can be a daddy. I just use the term primary caregiver because that captures the sense. But the word, and whatever the word is, will always have the same effect. It will effect prohibition. The name of the Father, whoever plays that role in your life, is always the no of the Father. And that no is experienced as prohibition, as castration, as constraint. So this primordial signifier that the psychotic rejects is rejection at the level of the no, at the level of the symbolic as a constraining apparatus. The trade-off for the neurotic is, I accept that I'm no longer free to do what I want. But what I get in return is an identity. I get a place in the world. I get a structure in which I can operate as a boy or a girl or whatever the case may be. I get an identity. I get a life that has meaning. I traded a lot for it. I gave up my freedom to poop and pee and speak however I wanted. Now I got to speak like a proper young lady and gentleman, sit all appropriate, button up my shirt, all this kind of stuff. You see how it goes. You get a lot in return, but you also have to give something up. The psychotic refuses to give anything up. And as a result, they don't get any of the returns of the symbolic. They refuse to know anything about their own castration. They reject the paternal no. They reject prohibition. They reject the constraint of the symbolic. And they forfeit the benefits of placement, of positionality. They forfeit the benefit of meaning. They forfeit the benefit of having a coherent sense of self. They maintain their freedom by rejecting the prohibitive function of language. But what they forfeit, what they give up, what they are denied is the structure and containment, coherence, the sanity that the symbolic introduces into the child's life. We talked a little earlier about the different relationships that the neurotic and the psychotic have to language. The neurotic person accepts language as a constraining and containing apparatus. The neurotic, as a result, is able to inhabit language. The psychotic, though, is somebody who rejects language, the symbolic, rejects language as a constraining and containing force. So they live without constraint, but they also do not get to enjoy containment, structure, feeling at home in the world. They always feel out of sorts. Now, what happens, Lacan says? He says that the neurotic is allowed to inhabit language, but the psychotic, weirdly enough, is inhabited by language, is possessed by language. Language is constantly intruding upon the psychotic. Now, this is a really important thing that's happening here. I told you earlier that it was a major turn in the conversation. It is one. Let's start basic and talk about the explanatory power here. The neurotic accepts the big O other. Now, that's another word that, for our purposes right now, we can just use it as another word for the symbolic. This big O other is like the structure that we know of as society, with all of its laws, languages, expectations, constraints, and the like. That's just fine. It's okay to have that thing. In fact, for most of us, it's the most okay thing because it's what gives our lives meaning and coherence. The psychotic rejects all that, rejects that big O other, and as a result is constantly adrift, constantly unmoored in their world. They don't figure out where they fit in it. Now, what Lacan says is that doesn't mean that their need for structure and containment goes away. He says, in fact, all that does is set the stage for the return of the big other, not as a symbolic enterprise, but as an imaginary one. You can see this on page 209, probably 6, 7, 8 lines down, 7 lines down or something. We get the impression that it's insofar as he hasn't acquired or has lost this big O other that he encounters this purely imaginary other. It's because the symbolic has been rejected that its, I hesitate to say function, but its authority will return in a kind of transmutated form at the level of the imaginary, which for the psychotic means at the level of delusion, at the level of hallucination. The psychotic, for instance, as a paranoid, let's say, is constantly concerned that aliens are trying to read their thoughts. For example, let's just say, these aliens are an imaginary big other, an imaginary authority that nobody else can see, but that the psychotic feels is out to get them. Part of the reason why the psychotic feels that is because more deeply they feel fundamentally adrift in the world. And when they feel like aliens are coming after them, they feel like, okay, my life at least has some direction now. At least now I know something about what's going on around me. They're all out to get me. So the paranoid is somebody who has foreclosed the symbolic, given up, rejected, refused the symbolic order. But their craving for order and coherence hasn't gone away. And so what happens as a result is that their imaginary takes the place here and does the work of creating a huge, larger-than-life other that can give the psychotic's life meaning. In this case, it's the aliens. I'm the chosen one. The gods are speaking to me. The NSA is listening to all my phone calls. The paranoid is somebody who has given up on normal pathways for life meaning, and as a result has set the stage for a craving and an acceptance and a delusional pursuit of abnormal or deranged or hallucinatory big others, not at the level of the symbolic, but at the level of the imaginary. That's what's happening here on page 209. He hasn't acquired or has lost this big other as the symbolic, as language, as society. Because he does that, he encounters this purely imaginary other. And you can fill in the blank with any sort of conspiratorial agent that you've heard somebody on the street corner in the city working through. This is a hugely important aspect of what's going on here. And I want you to also notice this. The neurotic experiences the symbolic as a source of containment, we've said, but also as a source of constraint. The name of the Father, the know of the Father, is also a prohibition. And the neurotic accepts that. And they get on with their lives. They repress their castration, their acceptance of the know, and they get on with their lives as proper ladies and gentlemen, usually. Using the symbolic, accepting their place in the symbolic, inhabiting language, and so forth. The psychotic rejects all this, we know. They reject the constraining as well as the containing aspects. Now, I've told you that when the psychotic shifts to the imaginary and creates this delusional figure of a larger-than-life authority like aliens trying to read their brain, that it gives their life a sense of meaning. Here's what else I want to say. The sense of containment and meaning that the psychotic experiences in the imaginary, at the level of the hallucination, at the level of the conspiracy, is also matched by the sense of constraint that the psychotic feels relative to that conspiracy, relative to that larger-than-life agent. Now, this is crucial. It's not just that aliens are trying to read his thoughts. It's that the psychotic feels like aliens are making him act a certain way. These are not just larger-than-life extraterrestrial beings that are supplanting the symbolic in order to give the psychotic's life. These are also domineering, controlling, compelling beings. The same way that the symbolic constrains and compels the neurotic person, the imaginary here at the level of the delusion, at the level of the hallucination, at the level of the imaginary big other, is also compulsive. The psychotic usually feels like they are being made to do something, like they're being denied freedom. The very freedom that their rejection of the symbolic allowed them to maintain is now given up at the level of the imaginary, because it's not just that aliens are reading their thoughts, it's that aliens are making them do stuff. There are forces operating in and through the psychotic that the psychotic feels is beyond their control. So notice what's happening here. What the neurotic gets at the level of the symbolic, constraint and containment, the psychotic gets at the level of the imaginary, constraint and containment. Aliens and conspiracy theories and paranoias give the psychotic's life meaning. But all of these conspiratorial, paranoid agents, these imaginary others, they're also forceful beings. The same authority that the neurotic grants to the symbolic as a way of controlling their lives, of determining their lives, the psychotic grants to the imaginary, to their delusions. The aliens are out to get them. The aliens are trying to read their thoughts, but also to control their minds. So when you see the psychotic person with tinfoil wrapped around their heads, they say, this is to keep the aliens from reading my thoughts. But it's also to keep them from controlling my actions. So it's interesting to note what Lacan is arguing here. What the psychotic experiences at the level of the imaginary, the neurotic experiences at the level of the symbolic. Here again, we see an interesting flipping of the situation. The neurotic is somebody who is certain of reality, but uncertain of its relevance to them. The psychotic is somebody who is uncertain of reality, but certain that what they see is of profound relevance to them. And here what we see is also happening on the flip side again. The neurotic is somebody who derives a sense of constraint and containment from the symbolic, and the psychotic is somebody who derives a sense of constraint and containment from the imaginary. It's an interesting turn of events. Hello again and welcome back. We are wrapping up Seminar 3 on the psychoses. Let's start with just a brief summary of what we've got so far. Lacan thinks that psychosis begins with a rejection of the primordial signifier. We've talked a lot about this. Now, what does that mean? The primordial signifier is not a signifier that means anything. It's the signifier that, if it represents anything, represents language itself, that represents signification itself, that represents the system of signifiers we know as the symbolic. That's what the psychotic initially rejects, is foreclosed upon. This signifier, this primordial signifier that would come to the neurotic in the form of what we've described as Bejahung early on in the seminar, is foreclosed in the case of the psychotic. Now, what that means is that what's foreclosed is the symbolic order, the realm of law, the realm of language, the realm of order, and most crucially, the realm of order and society in which the subject would find an identification, an identity, a role. The job of the symbolic at this level is simply to help you fit in, to find your place. And that is what is missing at the start of psychosis. Now, let's see if we can be a little more precise. What is this primordial signifier? Is there a word attached to it? What I would suggest is that there is one word that best represents the primordial signifier, and that is the word no, as in N-O, as in thou shalt not. Because when the primordial signifier makes its appearance, to the extent that it does, it always emerges as a prohibition. Now, what is this prohibition against? It is a prohibition against the child remaining steeped in a pre-linguistic, animalistic world. It's a prohibition against ever living your life apart from the split subjectivity of being a biological being and a linguistic being, a bio being and a socio being. Now that's a little heady, but let's see what we're getting at here. When the toddler is told by the primary caregiver that it's time to start speaking like a proper little girl or a proper little boy, or speaking and using your words, when you cry like that, we can't understand you. That is effectively a big no. It says, thou shalt not act like a baby anymore. Potty training is also a big no. It says, thou shalt not poop and pee whenever and wherever you feel like it. Potty training instead says you have to learn to pee and poop in appropriate places, toilets, bathrooms, at appropriate times, and so forth. That is effectively a prohibition. What the psychotic rejects is any sort of disciplinary measure like this. What they are rejecting is a primordial signifier that always has the effect of a prohibition. And it's a prohibition against remaining in a world without prohibitions. That's the absolute most important part here. No matter what the first word the child heard was, it is always effectively a no, because it is always effectively a prohibition. And what does the first word prohibits? It prohibits continuing to live in a world without words, without rules, without the guidance and the governance of the symbolic. That's why I say the primordial signifier, if we really have to pin it down, is a no, N-O. And this, according to Lacan, is the name of the Father. And the reason why he says it like this, and the reason why I've emphasized this term, is because in French, name of the Father sounds exactly like no of the Father. Nom of the Father, name of the Father, sounds exactly and is indistinguishable from, sounds exactly like nom of the Father, the no of the Father. So when he says name of the Father, it's not exactly your dad's name. And it's not even a biological dad. It doesn't even have to do with who was the male component that fed into your production. Not even, it's nothing like that. The name of the Father is simply prohibition, a no. Any biological being can issue that for you. Any primary caregiver can play the father role. It's a function, it's a place, it's a subject position. It has nothing to do with what's in your swimsuit zone. So the name of the Father is the no of the Father. And this is what's missing in the case of the psychotic. The primordial signifier that is rejected or refused is the no that would effectively prohibit the psychotic from continuing to live like a baby, doing whatever they want, whenever they want. Now, most of us, we learn to live with that no. We accept that if we're going to get what we want, we have to use words. We can't just keep crying and pooping wherever we want. We accept that there are rules and that it just works better for us getting our needs met and our demands satisfied if we can play by the rules of the other. The rules of the other, here capital O, other. The rules of society, of law, of order, of the family, and so forth. This is all missing in the case of the psychotic, but present in the case of the neurotic or normal person. And again, I say normal not to indicate any sort of a value, but just to tell you what most likely, more than likely, usually happens. What's normal is what usually occurs. Most people are neurotic, not psychotic. That's what I mean by normal. It's what usually happens. So here we have a rejection of the primitive signifier, which in this case is the name of the Father, also the no, thou shalt not live without the symbolic any longer. That is rejected by the psychotic for one reason or another. And what is lost along the way is the psychotic loses out on any opportunity to get plugged into a social order. That's what the neurotic gets when they accept the symbolic, when they accept the prohibition, when they learn to poop and pee in all the proper places. What they also get with that is an identity. Whether they like it or not, they get an identity. The symbolic fits them into the world. It's a structure and a structuring agent. It gives your life structure and meaning and helps you figure out where you fit and where you don't. It helps you find your place, or better, as we've put it before this term, the symbolic puts you in your place in all meanings of that expression. Now, because the symbolic has been refused in the case of the psychotic, they do not feel contained. They do not feel structured. They don't feel like they fit in. They don't feel held. They don't feel like they have a place. Now, what winds up happening is that because they've rejected the symbolic big O other that would put them in their place, the psychotic finds themselves very vulnerable to imaginary others, bigger than life, larger than the world others, that can give them that sense of security, of structure, of placement and identity. So note the shift. They reject the symbolic other, society, law, and order. But as a result, they are now vulnerable to imaginary others. Now, what do I mean by these imaginary others? What are we talking about here? We're talking about aliens, the NSA, the Queen of England, Colonel Sanders. It's the paranoid structure, if you think about this in terms of psychosis, that really captures this feeling. They feel like there is always some larger than life power agent or some such that's watching them, trying to read their mind. In the case of Schreber, it was God himself. And Schreber thought that he was always susceptible to God, susceptible to God's influence, to the point of feeling like he was almost God's concubine. It was actually a sexual feeling that Schreber had as a psychotic. The big imaginary other that Schreber experienced that filled in for the lack of the symbolic other was God. And that's not uncommon here. The psychotic feels like they are constantly under siege by huge, larger-than-life others who are always invading their minds, inserting themselves into their thoughts. So think, for instance, of the psychotic person who wraps their head in tinfoil. And you ask them, why is your head wrapped in tinfoil? And their response is something like, to keep the aliens from reading my thoughts, reading my mind. Why is your phone wrapped in tinfoil? To keep the NSA from listening in on my calls. Aliens trying to get in your head? The NSA trying to get into your life through your phone? All of that's certainly possible, but it's not the kind of thing that keeps a normal person up late at night. It keeps a psychotic up late at night, but not a normal person or a neurotic person. So what we have here is then another point that's worth noting here. This is another summative moment for us. What we know about the psychotic is that they don't know where the big imaginary other comes from. They're uncertain of the reality from which the aliens emerge. They're uncertain where the NSA is. You can ask them, where is the NSA? They don't know. They're uncertain of these things, but they are absolutely positive that the NSA is out to get them, that the aliens are zeroed in on them in particular. That's crucial here. The psychotic is uncertain of the reality of these huge imaginary others, But they are absolutely certain that these imaginary others are speaking to them in particular, that they are the chosen ones. They've been singled out for whatever reason, for valor or for punishment by these huge imaginary others. So they have uncertain understandings of reality, but a certainty of address that accompanies them. The psychotic always thinks that they're being addressed, in particular. And normal neurotic people usually reinforce this. The psychotic hears a voice, and the neurotic says, I didn't hear a voice. And instead of saying, wait a minute, maybe I'm making all this up, the psychotic says, that's because you're not the chosen one. The psychotic says that because they can hear the voice and you can't, it's not proof that the voice is fake, a hallucination, a delusion, not in the least. It's proof, in fact, that they have been chosen and you have not. You are not among the initiated, whereas they are. And this is proven by your doubt. The fact that you can't hear the voice is proof that it is uniquely addressed to them. Very crucial here. On the other side, in neurosis, what we see very commonly is just the opposite of this. The neurotic feels pretty certain about reality. They know that what goes up comes down. They live by these rules. If they go to work, they're going to get paid at the end of the week, and so on and so forth. They feel pretty confident about how reality works. But where they are uncertain, the neurotic is uncertain about what this means for them, how they fit into that reality. They're not sure how it is speaking to them. They're sure that it exists, but they are uncertain of what it means for them. Hence, one of the basic symptoms here of anxiety, generalized anxiety, which everybody seems to have these days. We're certain of the rules of the road, the lay of the land, but we are uncertain of what it all means for us. How do we fit in? And so forth. That's a very neurotic problem to have. You'll notice it's just the opposite of what the psychotic has. The psychotic is uncertain of reality, but certain of an address to them. The neurotic, however, is certain of reality, but uncertain of how it relates to them or speaks to them. It's an important and very summative moment that we can make here in these final points. Let's pause there for a moment and we'll come back in just a second. Hi, welcome back. We're in the spirit of summary today. I want to call your attention to a passage that illustrates a lot of what you just heard. On page 250, it's a passage we've read together before. It's about 5-6 lines down from the top on page 250. If the neurotic inhabits language, the psychotic is inhabited, possessed by language. This gets at what Lacan is up to here. Language, the symbolic, social order, and the like. But particularly language here. This is a great illustration of what happens. When the neurotic accepts beyahun, the name of the Father, the know of the Father, prohibition, and accepts that they have to speak in certain ways, using the mother tongue, accepts that they have to poop and pee in certain places at certain times. In other words, when they allow themselves to be disciplined by the subject, by the symbolic, they accept their alienation in a world not of their own making. And in exchange, they get a place in that world, a sense of identity. They get to inhabit that world. Here, that world is very well captured at the level of language. The neurotic inhabits language. That's a great verb here for this, inhabits. They find a home in, they make their home in. They come to dwell in language. Language becomes the house of their being, of their sense of self. That's what the neurotic gets in exchange for giving up on the baby talk. You see, it's very illustrative here. The neurotic baby would be babbling along, and a parent would come and say, you know what, I can't understand you when you talk that way. Please use big boy or big girl words. And the emerging neurotic subject makes a choice. Okay, well, I can keep babbling and not get the toy I want or the food I'm requesting. Or I can try and do it in their language and then watch the primary caregiver gets all excited when I use their words and they immediately bring me what I want. They accept that. They start using words that are not of their own making because, right, the language was there and spoken by the family and the neighborhood and the town and the state and the nation long before the neurotic was born. They are being asked, even demanded, to find their way and to start making use of a language that is not of their own choosing. They have to find their way into it. And in exchange, they get a sense of self, a sense of coherence, a feeling of containment, maybe even an identity. Not so in the case of the psychotic. The neurotic inhabits language, but the psychotic remains on the outside of language because they reject that fundamental prohibition. And they stick with the baby talk well past the time when they should use it, perhaps. Now, this also captures something. Notice how the verb inhabit pops up here again. If the neurotic inhabits language, the reverse is true of the psychotic. Language inhabits the psychotic. Now, this really allows us to cut to the bone, clinically speaking, of what Lacan says will be the diagnostic criteria, or at least the signal or suggestion that someone is psychotic. Simply put, linguistic disturbances. Weird things happening in their speech at the level of language. So this could be somebody standing on the corner all by themselves, not speaking into a phone, but instead talking to a telephone pole. It could be them throwing their voice. They could be extremely loud on the bus, screaming, perhaps at themselves, saying no to someone who's not there. No, mother, I told you I'm never going to do that again, or blah, blah, blah. Whatever the case may be. You see this, and it's occurring at the level of language. It's in their spoken discourse that we start seeing signs that they are troubled, to say the least. Here what's happening is language is inhabiting, even taking possession of the psychotic subject. Possession is very good here. They are becoming possessed. The same way if you've ever seen The Exorcist or other movies where they show people who are possessed, it's almost like an evil spirit or a creature, a demon, some otherworldly being inhabits them and makes them say things that sound weird. I bring up The Exorcist not just because it's a terrifying movie, but because it's a very good illustration of this. What the child is going through when they're in the bed, presumably possessed by this demon, is a fundamental series of linguistic disturbances. Not just the cursing and the saying of horrendous things, but also even speaking languages that are not of their own. In this case, Latin. It's a really typical thing that you see, especially around Catholic possession literatures, that the subject who's possessed starts speaking an archaic tongue, a language they don't know. In this case, it's Latin. Here, what you can see is this otherworldly, imaginary other at the level of the demon has possessed, entered into the child's body, is now in there rummaging around and forcing that body to say things. This is a possession. It's a very interesting way to put this. Language takes possession of the psychotic subject. It enters into them. Hence the psychotic subject wrapping their head in tinfoil to keep the aliens out. Keeping their phone in plastic bags or wrapping it in tinfoil to keep the NSA out, from examples last time. This is a really great illustration. When you start losing track with this stuff, go back to page 250 and remember this fundamental relationship with language. The neurotic is somebody who finds their home in language, feels at home in talk, finds a sense of self and identity and meaning while speaking with others, while using language. Not so with the psychotic. Their relationship to language is fraught. It's problematic. Language stalks them through the night, finds them, inhabits them, takes possession of them, and makes them do things like speak in tongues, speak in languages that presumably they don't know, throw their voices, louder here, quieter there. You might see somebody walking down the street just mumbling to themselves. Who are they having a conversation with? The voice is clearly from them. But in their mind, they're conversing with somebody else. It might not even be their voice that's being spoken. You might see a psychotic, for instance, and seriously just walk around the city and take a look. You might see somebody who's having a conversation and playing both parts in the conversation, yelling at themselves and then responding. Here, You have to ask yourself, who or what is doing the talking? Lacan's point is first, that at the level of a hallucination, we see an imaginary other possessing this individual and forcing them to do things, right? The voices inside me told me to do this horrendous act or whatever. Very stereotypical, but oftentimes this is what you hear in court records. The voice told me to hurt this person, to do this, to do that. There was a voice inside me that told me to do that. Here you can see language operating over and against the conscious intention of the psychotic subject. It's because language is driving the ship. Language itself is making them do this. They feel possessed and inhabited by something that should in fact hold them, contain them, structure them. Language, spoken discourse. Hold that in mind as we move forward at the end of this book and as you think about what we've read so far. Great passage to keep your finger on. More in a minute.